Can I start? Good morning, good morning, good morning. We are on the day 3 of our provincial hearing into access to clean drinking water and the efficacy of the water service authorities in the Limpopo province. Today is the 21st. South African Human Rights Commission in Limpopo to come and welcome you and give an opening note. Thank you very much, Bu Malidula.
Thank you, Program Director. I feel like you can continue playing that national anthem. It means a lot to us, more especially when we are in this gathering where we are dealing with the issues that affect our communities. We feel like God can really come and see us here and that advise us as to whether we are taking the right direction or not. But I believe that we are on the right track as the Human Rights Commission and the government departments or municipalities. And we still believe that together we can do more. Together we can build this country because we have no other home. This is our home, this is where we belong. We have no other planet we will run to. So it is important for us to take care of this planet and also to take care of each other. So what I can say is that today is the third day of our hearing. I think so far we've been moving very well and we appreciate that so far I believe that the accountability part of our government, we feel that indeed the mandate of the Human Rights Commission to hold you accountable, to hold the government department accountable, or the government accountable, is being executed. And we appreciate that despite all the challenges, that is the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. So we all know that without the Human Rights Commission and other bodies that has been created to protect the rights of our people will continue suffering. Sometimes our people are suffering not as a result of deliberate move from the government or from any institution, but as a result of misunderstanding and as a result of them not raising their voice so that they can be heard. So that's why the Human Rights Commission and the other chapter 9 institutions that have been created by the Constitution are there to speak on behalf of those people. So we are here at the Human Rights Commission, holding the government department and relevant stakeholders.
My name is Mahlatsi Ngobeni, as they've already mentioned. My task is a simple task. I'm here to remind you all to ensure that we adhere to COVID-19 regulations and protocols, in ensuring that we always wear our mask in a proper manner, meaning to cover both our nose and our mouth, and to keep a safe social distancing, not forgetting to sanitize at all times. When you're seated, there are sachets for sanitizers. If you feel that you exchange something, sorry, pardon, if you feel like you've exchanged something where you're seated with the person that you're seated next to, please utilize those sanitizer sachets. And we have our COVID-19 table there at the back. If ever maybe your mask, you have an accident with your mask, you are welcome to come. We'll provide you with the surgical mask there at the back. And maybe if you're not feeling well, like I was earlier, I have to continuously check my temperature. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mahlatsi. Allow me to call, I know we have our housekeeper here, Dade Peter Wana. Dade Peter, come tell us about the ablution facilities, where they are, where to assemble in case there's fire, and all the protocol that we can follow as we are here. Thank you very much, Dade Peter.
Good morning and welcome to everybody. I'm representing Hotel President Mark, and I'd like to welcome you. And
the other one is over there. Thank you very much. Without any waste of time, let me invite Commissioner Pintuli, the Commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission, to kindly give her remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of this hearing into water-related service delivery issues in Limpopo. I will be very brief today in delivering these opening remarks, and I must start firstly having underscored through the week the importance of returning to indigenous knowledge systems in our process of exploring solutions for these endemic problems. Last night, we were visited by a full moon. Now, Africans know that when the moon is full, we pray to it for blessings. So I hope that those who were able to engage with the full moon last night. Today, we are going to hear from, similarly to yesterday, municipalities and what they have been doing in relation to the challenges of water scarcity in the province. On our first day, we began this hearing by hearing from various members of different communities in Limpopo who relayed to us heartbreaking narratives about their experiences with shortages of water and how that affects their experience of living. We also heard from traditional leaders and they relayed their challenges in engaging municipalities in the process of getting water for their constituencies. It seems clear that the historical challenges and problems and tensions between traditional leaders and so-called urban leaders in the form of municipal officials, if we may put it that way. Those historical tensions still exist today because of unresolved issues of governance and relations between these two institutions. It's quite clear that if we are going to make meaningful change, we are going to have to address issues related to corporate or cooperative governance between these various institutions. And that also links to then the relationship of mining companies and mining activities, particularly because most of them throughout the country are located in former homelands and former Bantustans. So then that relationship between mining or the extractive industries, traditional leaders, as well as municipalities becomes incredibly important when we think about issues of service delivery, especially issues related to water. We heard from various mayors, executive mayors of different districts in this province yesterday, accompanied by their municipal managers, and it became quite clear to us that many of the problems relate to a sense of self that is lost, a sense of responsibility that is lost amongst our leaders. And in our quest to find solutions, our focus has to be back to how do we build ethical of the leaders of those municipalities. So then it becomes clear why some of these problems persist. You can't help but ask yourself when you see this, where is the conscience of the person who made the decision to hire these people? And with ability. And when you look further into that, you realize that it's not just issues of ethical leadership, it's not just issues of skills, it's also issues of consequence management. Even when these problems are brought to bear, no one is held accountable. Those people are still enjoying their jobs without any fear at all for consequences, because they have been taught and they've been conditioned that it's okay to do this. Now, I'm very pleased this morning. I was briefed that amongst the leaders that we are going to be hearing from today, throughout the Limpopo province, only one district municipality received a clean audit, and that is the Capricorn district. It is incredibly pleasing to hear this. We are here to learn from each other, and we are here to co-think and co-imagine a different way for ourselves. And I look forward to learning from those who are doing things in the way that they are supposed to do, on how they are doing it. And we are pleased that this is being transmitted virtually for those who are watching and who aren't able to attend physically, so that they too can learn with us. This leader has moved from Capricorn and is now with Polokwane, and we look forward to then what the results will be in Polokwane and how we can then emulate that to other districts and local municipalities throughout the province. Certainly, it's quite clear that the problem is not the scarcity of the resource. We have aquifers that are yet untouched. The problem is the management of these resources. And for as long as we are hiring our cousins and our sisters into positions of leadership, into positions that require certain expertise, then of course things are not going to change. With that, I'd like to welcome you to this third day again, and I'd like to thank the provincial manager for officially opening this gathering. With that, program director, and in the interest of time, I would like you to come up to assist us in bringing to the front, our first presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I will be calling to the podium our Mayor, Honorable Councillor John Mpi, and the MM as they requested to take the first presentation. They have pressing day today, so they need time Commissioner to be here, and I think we kindly allow them.
Welcome, Councillor Mbe.
Mahlatsi, kindly assist us to get who MM in so that they can take their chair over the side. Commissioners, our honorable councillors advising that since there is the director for water and sanitation, he can take to the table with him since he doesn't. Okay. You are welcome to take the table. The director.
Is the municipal manager in the vicinity of this area?
Not yet. I think there was, that is why the director is here, but he will also join in, because I think he was under impression that we are presenting on different days. But the director is here, the accounting officer, the
director cannot sit there. That's the seat for the
they can sit there. I think he will join us. 5 minutes away. Okay.
The municipal manager is 5 minutes away. Oops. In that case, because we would want to swear him in as well with you. I understand, Mr. Mayor, that you have a busy schedule for today. Nonetheless, I am going to ask that you wait for him. 5 minutes shouldn't be a long time. I think it's going to assist also with possible delays.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Program Director, let us wait, and it might not be helpful to take another presenter because that will be another hour. Yes. So let us just maybe, those who want to fill up their coffee or tea in the 5 minutes can do so. Those who want to use the bathrooms can do so in the 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Councillor, you can take your seat over there, yes, or take your tea as we await the municipal manager. our Executive Mayor Rapolokwane, Honorable Councillor John Mpe, and the Municipal Manager, who I saw is here. Please come take the podium, and I'll hand over to Commissioner King Julie to outline the House rules and procedures for presentation of evidence under oath. You are welcome and invited. Thank you.
Good morning again, Mr. Mpe. Good morning, Mr. Selepe. Welcome. Could I ask you for the administration of the oath just to make it stand together so that it can be a quicker process? Will the director be giving evidence? Will he be speaking? Then the director can join you. Do any of you have any objection to taking this oath?
No.
In that case, then could you kindly state your full names, positions, and institutions for the record? Please speak to the microphone.
My name is Mr. John Mpe, the Executive Mayor of Polokwane Local Municipality.
Good morning. My name is Nehemiah Ramatundwan Slape, Deputy Municipal Manager for Polokwane Municipality. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Munyamane Samuel Makoti, the Director of Water and Sanitation in Polokwane Municipality.
Having no objections to taking the oath, kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are now duly administered. Thank you very much. Mr. Mpe, the time is now 8:50. You shall have 25 minutes to offer us your presentation. If you wish to divide those 25 minutes between yourself and your delegation, you are free to do so, but we will confine you to the 25 minutes. Thereafter, the panel will have a similar time to engage you on your presentation. Before we begin, I must indicate that we are not pleased that you were here after your mayor arrived. If he knew that he is to be here at a particular time, we would have expected that we would have been here with a witness even before. Nonetheless, we thank you for being here, all of you, and over to you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to Commissioner Julie, and greetings to the Provincial Manager. May I, with due respect, also request that the lights, otherwise I will battle to see what is on the other side. Greetings to the Provincial Manager. Greetings to Dr. Carter, commissioners that are here, and as well as managers that are here, the provincial director of the Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as the acting municipal manager and our directors. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. And as you have said, our apology for the challenges that we have experienced this morning. It is definitely not how I operate, and I think we will correct that. Polokwane municipality is one of your water authorities and the water service provider. Every water authority has a duty to its own residents and potential residents in its own area of jurisdiction to progressively ensure efficient, affordable, economical and sustainable access to water. Including the supply of free basic water to the designated target group as identified in the approved free basic water policy, which will improve the lives of all the residents. Two main existing water projects, or where we source our water, is Ebenezer and Oliphant's Port, that has been constructed in the early 70s. And as you know, this infrastructure was were actually constructed to service in the main not all the residents of Polokwane, but the few who were residing in the city. This has already reached a point where the demand is far greater than the allocation. The net system is operated by the Polokwane municipality, has also reached a stage where it can no longer supply additional water to the city. Polokwane is generally a water-scarce area with very low amount of rainfall, and this poses a challenge in us relying on groundwater as an alternative source. The area of Polokwane is generally experiencing drought from time to time, which further puts a strain in this in the available resources with regard to water. The challenges that the municipality sits with is the increase in the population within the city and urban areas. Polokwane is also experiencing challenges in rural areas where tribal authorities are allocating residential land to their own residents in those areas that is not in line with the water master plan development of the Polokwane municipalities. Age infrastructure, both urban and rural areas, is also a challenge. The following areas, as I think you are seeing on the screen, are areas that have challenges of consistent water supply. As a short-term solution, the municipality has also been in the process of implementing groundwater projects that will bring to the city additional 19 megaliters of water to augment the current water supply. What we can be able to present to the Commission is the fact that all in all, Polokwane has got a water deficit of about 30 megaliters per day. And the following projects, as a way of dealing with the matter in the short term, the following projects have been identified and they are busy being implemented. I also had an opportunity to visit some of these projects since I was elected the executive mayor on the 3rd of September this year. the construction of borehole infrastructure and the pumping main for the Sterkloop and Sand River South well fields and the Polokwane boreholes, Polokwane underground, water development. The construction of borehole infrastructure, pumping main for the Sand River North well and Polokwane boreholes. The construction of Sand River North water treatment works that I had an opportunity to visit yesterday. The first one that I've mentioned is on 95%, and those are the anticipated completion. The other one is on 93%, 77% is the latter. Construction of borehole infrastructure and pumping mains for the Blood River and Seshego well fields that I also visited is on 91%. The Seshego water treatment works is on 69% as the presentation. As part of the medium term, the municipality has also submitted implementation readiness study to the Department of Water and Sanitation to approve and secure funding for the implementation of the following project: completion of Polokwane groundwater projects, Teflop Deep River well fields development, treatment and distribution, Nodia Dam bulk water conveyance infrastructure refurbishment, water conservation and demand management, including optimization of Polokwane urban water distribution pressure supply zones, and the implementation of the SCADA system, including the installation of appropriate measures such as prepaid meters in Mangwen and Polokwane. As part of the long-term programs, the Department of Water and Sanitation need to invest in the following projects to bring additional water as part of their mandate. The Limpopo Northern Water require a budget of approximately 3 billion for the immediate upgrading of the Oliphant Sand water schemes. 700 million is required for the upgrade of the Ebenezer water service infrastructure. For the long term, Limpopo Northern Water will require an estimated 11 billion to upgrade all bulk infrastructure conveying water to Polokwane urban and rural areas. The municipality has been experiencing challenges in the past years due to lack of consistent water supply from Limpopo Northern Water. As a result, the reservoirs level could not be maintained to a desirable level, leading to lack of consistent water supply in the same area of Polokwane, CBD, Bendo, Moraklot, Seshego extensions, and the surrounding, including rural areas. Furthermore, to the water service provider, the Northern Water, the Department of Water and Sanitation in mid-2019 issued a notice for reduction of obstruction on the Ebenezer Dam, which was at the time below 20%. This has also negatively impacted the city, as the water situation was already at a bad state. As part of the medium term, the municipality has submitted an implementation readiness study to the Department of Water and Sanitation to approve and secure funding for the implementation of the short-term project indicated in 11.2 above. The municipality is currently also implementing projects in different regional water schemes funded by both IUDG as well as WISIC grants. The projects are mainly dependent on the groundwater as a source of water supply. These projects are aimed at addressing the water shortages issues, particularly in the rural areas. The municipality has continued to submit business plans and technical reports to the Department of Water and Sanitation as and when it is necessary to secure the relevant funding in order to continue addressing water challenges in the rural regional water schemes that we have. So in the nutshell, we believe that the challenges that we have of the shortage of 30 megaliters in the city, it is doable that we will be able, when these projects are completed that I have mentioned, the Ladana water purification is completed, it will be able to add at peak an additional 24 megaliters of water. And also the one in Secheo will be able to move from 3 megaliters currently at the Secheo dam into 7 and around 10 at peak. So we believe that these immediate interventions that we are making, as the fact that I have just received the news that they have approved the 2 projects that we are amongst them that we are talking about, and I think the Department of Water and Sanitation will allude to that. We should be able to deal with the challenges that we have, and we are hard at work. We must accept certain challenges, project management challenges, that I think Commissioner Dule have actually alluded to some of the challenges of Polokwane. And that is why we have been going to some of the projects, in some instances directing the management, the accounting officer to put certain people on terms and also ensure that poor performing service providers are actually being terminated and being blacklisted. And those that are colluding with these service providers, actions have been taken. I have directed the accounting officer as well to give me the list of officials doing business with the municipality. On that list, I have directed that there must be consequences. There must be disciplinary action being taken, and for those officials who are also doing business with the municipality. We definitely need to clear the road within our municipality, and those who have been doing wrong things, they need to be subjected to consequences for their own actions. But all in all, I believe the plans will be able to actually give us the extra megaliters of water that we require. And also the other regional programs on the side of sanitation that are in progress should be able to address some of our underlying challenges of water and sanitation in Polokwane. We are confident that we should be able to find a long-term solution. We also welcome the program by the Minister of engaging in the PPP, public-private partnership with the mining companies, to build the pipeline from Dihuo to augment or to be connected into Olifant's sport pipeline. This will actually give us a long-term solution and also unlock the developmental and economic potential of the city. So we believe that all those mega programs, we have confirmed that we support the public-private partnership for the Dihuo system ourselves as the major or the biggest line to the Lepelle Northern Water. Obviously, it's our belief that the department must also sort out operational and governance issues at Lepelle Northern Water, being the agent that we rely on in for most of our bulk water supply as the city. We will do our parts, and we can actually make the commission be rest assured that in areas where we are responsible, we will do our part. Those projects We will monitor them very closely to ensure that they are completed on their targeted time. Where there are challenges, it must be that there are challenges that will be resolved so that the people of Polokwane could have the security together with the private sector. As we know, we've got a very strong private sector that rely on water for their own operation. They could get the security of supply from ourselves. Thank you very much, Gallo.
Mr. Mbe, thank you very much. Thank you also for speaking within your allocated time. We appreciate that. You may now take your seat. We will now engage you as the panel on your presentation. Before we begin, I'd like to get an indication from you if you prefer single individual questions or if you'd like to take a round of questions. We'll take a round. As someone brings you a pen and a notebook to note the questions, I will begin with the senior legal officer on my left, Dr. Carter. And I will move to the provincial manager on my right with any comments and questions for you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning again, Mayor and MM. Just a few questions from my side. I do think your presentation has highlighted the challenges that you are experiencing. I just want us to zone into a few specific elements of your presentation. Number one, the question I have for you is, have you been able to year on year spend the water services infrastructure grant that you are provided by the department? Have you spent all of it? And if not, what were the reasons for that? Then while we are on the Department of Water and Sanitation, I see that you've indicated that you've submitted your IIS to the department in respect of a number of projects. Can you give us the date when this was submitted? And according to your knowledge, how far is that process within the department? Because it does seem, in reference to Lepelle as the water services provider and the department, there's a lot of things you are waiting for the approval from other stakeholders. So if we can maybe have an insight into where those processes are, it'll also allow us to follow up with them. Then, in terms of your IDP, you indicated that you will be adding 28 water tankers to the municipality within this financial year. We are halfway through this financial year. If we can just have an update in respect of where we are with that. And then maybe just an open question to you. In terms of resources and spending, is it, in your view, with the knowledge you have, especially you, Mayor, you know a bit more about the Capricorn District as well, is it not better to invest in boreholes and below surface water instead of water tankers or rain catchment facilities than procurement of the tankering that we see that it's quite a hefty number that will be added? Not to exhaust you with all my questions, the last comment I want to make is I think I want to commend you for the real-time updates that the municipality does provide in terms of the water shortages and the pressure shortages. But what we have noticed is that a lot of it is being placed on the Pele or the bulk water services that needs to be updated, maintained, etc., etc. And that causes for frustration for members of the public who do not necessarily know where the mandate ends of Polokwane, where it goes to water and sanitation, what is a water service provider, etc. So maybe something in terms of water or public information that can be provided on the Facebook as well. There's a lot of comments on your Facebook page even this week. I see Seshego is having pressure problems. I see extension 71B saying they haven't had water for a long time. And Khatoka says it's been weeks. So even if those specific complaints doesn't reach the Human Rights Commission's desk, we have a monitoring mandate as well. So we do keep our eye on what is happening. I think Mr. Mabidula will be going into more specific complaints that have reached our offices. So I think those are my comments. Lots of your projects are at 93%, 94%, 70%. So it appears that there's maybe a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, before the end of the year even, for the residents of Polokwane. We'll be monitoring that very closely. And I think by the end of the year, we will even be able to ask for an update on the percentage of progress that has been made. So that is the comments and questions from my side. I know it's a lot and it stretches over a few elements, but in main, your water services infrastructure grants, the applications from the department, how are you mitigating the issues with Lepele? Have you looked into these specific areas and your information sharing on Facebook that may be able to improve a bit? Thank you.
You have the floor, Mr. Mayor.
Uh, I'm going to request that the acting MM and the director deal with the issues, their specific issues. If you may allow me to do so, to request that then I'll come in and deal with the general view of what is happening. Thanks.
Senators.
Okay. Thank you so much, and good morning, Commissioner Julie, and members of the panel, and also to the Executive Mayor. First of all, let me just register my sincere apology, Commissioner, for appearing very late.
I'm just going to remind you that the majority of people who are with us are not in this room. They are joining us via virtual platforms. It then becomes incredibly important that you speak to the mic so that they can hear you.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, perfect.
I think it's better now. I was just registering my apology for appearing very late. I think there was a confusion because in terms of the communication that the office had with the Human Rights Commission, it reflected that my appearance was tomorrow. And so maybe I didn't appreciate better that it was also just an institutional appearance more than anything. In relation to the questions that are raised, firstly, just to appreciate that you've recognized the amount of communication that we do to inform members of the public as well as the communities about the state of water provision and supply whenever when actually breakdowns or there is lessened supply of water. In terms of water tankers, thus far all the water tankers that we did, water tankers have been supplied, and currently they are in operation and they are providing water to all areas that are actually affected. And in terms of the IRS, the submissions, I think the there's been ongoing engagement with the Provincial Department of Water and Sanitation, and I think my colleague, Mr. Makoti, would actually give a detailed outline in terms of the specific status of each and every project in relation to that. And I would also request him to deal with the budgetary matters in that regard. To you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Acting MM. Greetings, Commissioner and the panel. Greetings to all. The question that has been asked with regards to the infrastructure grants that we are provided with, the expenditure thereof year on year. Let me indicate, Dr. Carter, that we, as per the indication, are using two grants for water development or water projects. Firstly, we allocated money on the IUDG, the Integrated Urban Development Fund, as well as the WISIC. And for the past 3 years running, we have been able to improve our expenditure year on year to above 93%. So there is quite a big improvement in that regard. There are, of course, challenges that we are faced with on the ground on implementation, and that will speak to more or less the 7% on average, which we have not been able to spend. With regards to the submission of our implementation readiness study document to the Department of Water and Sanitation, we have started this process in 2018 with the department, Dr. with discussions that we concluded by December of 2018, and that defined how Polokwane's submission would be made. Executive Mayor has spoken to the fact that we have sanitation programs as well as water programs, and we had all projects submitted in one document, but after our December 2018 meeting, we divided the submission. Sanitation was a single submission, and all the water programs were submitted as a single document. So that was in February of 2019. To date, the sanitation IRS is approved and the programs are under implementation. We are in communication, of course, with the Department of Water and Sanitation, both at national as well as the provincial office, with regards to the water IRS submission. We do not have an approval on any one of the programs. We, however, have started the process of implementation, and that is where the 5 short-term programs that the EM alluded to are actually being implemented. So at present, what we have is a broken down IRS, even on the water, as per the communication that we received in July of this year from the department. So the 5 projects are a single submission now. The WDA program that is only at planning stage up to preliminary design is submitted as a program. Deep River is submitted as a program as well. So we are awaiting response from the department with regards to the 3 submissions that we have made. Now the 4th one, which will be a later implementation, will be the water conservation and water demand management, together with the hydraulic and pressure zoning, which basically follows all the programs that we will be implementing to augment the supply of water into the system. So we have 4 outstanding IRSs present within the department that we need to get an approval on. Dr. Carter spoke to whether it is not beneficial to invest in boreholes rather than the water tankers. So on an annual basis, through these grant funds that we are implementing projects that explore the possibilities of gaining access to groundwater. What I can present is that the areas of supply are not resourced or enriched with as much water underground. And so in some areas we are able to get good well fields, while in others there are shortages. So with the trucks, we are balancing into those areas where we have not been able to get good yields in groundwater. But over and above that, there are operational challenges that we will need to plug as and when we are busy with the restoration of some of the services that we are providing within the areas of supply. I think I have summed up all the questions from the doctor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I just ask a follow-up? Sorry, Mayor. We've heard from a lot of municipalities in the past few days, and the Water Services Infrastructure Grant and the application in the IRS. I want to ask you possibly your views on whether this process is clear. Is the expectations that is needed what is needed to go into these applications and these submissions? Is it clear? Because we have heard from a few municipalities now that it has taken years to formulate the submission to be in the format that is required for it to be considered and then rolled out. So as we also go through the days, we are also learning more. So just your view possibly, whether it has taken 3 years almost now to get the documents right for the water part. I understand the sanitation part, for the water part to be rolled out. And in your view, if there's maybe a room for more clarity and possible capacity that needs to be ring-fenced for that area, because a lot of municipalities have indicated that there's not clarity about what is required, and when it is submitted, it is lacking. So just in your view, it seems like you have made a few submissions already. Just maybe touch on that point. Thank you.
Thank you through you, Commissioner. There is clarity. What in fact has brought up the need for a breakdown in this regard is the fact that we had already started with the 5 main projects that formed the water submission. So one, we needed to separate that from projects that are at planning stage, which we will still be implementing at a later stage. Now, we, however, treat Polokwane as a system. So we take all the programs to be part of a single system. But for submission purposes, the information that came later on was to actually deal with this project on its own. So there was an agreement that water is submitted as a system as we treated it, But upon further interrogation of the submission, that need for separation was made. So what it has not done was to change the information already submitted, but to actually pull the submissions apart so that each one of them can be dealt with in its own merits rather than systematically as we had submitted it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Amendment, the Director, Dr. Carter, and all the commissioners. I think there is history into some of the issues, and I'm happy that there has been a gradual improvement in terms of the expenditure. But there's also a history in terms of the hiring of trucks. Trucks were hired from private individuals, putting the municipality at risk, because one of the conditions about the trucks is that they will work when there is a crisis. If you privatize the crisis, you put the municipality at risk. In fact, who knows that the infrastructure challenges or operational challenges sometimes can be spearheaded by those who are benefiting from the crisis. Okay? So if you get a person into a contract where he or she go and buy a truck, and this truck is bought through the banks and so forth, you must pay the driver a monthly salary. You shift that risk, you create a very serious risk on the municipality. That says that if there is no crisis, how does this person pay for the truck? And how does this person pay for the driver? How does this person profit? Because every entity or every company will want to make profit and to thrive. But if you thrive through crisis, it becomes a problem. And that is why those trucks were terminated. And the municipality, because now it has raised a demand or maybe an expectation from the community that whenever there is a crisis, trucks will come. The municipality had to have its own trucks in order to make sure that it continued to service the demand that is out there as well. So if the crisis situation to mitigate against the crisis is in the hands of the municipality, is a better way. Because now nobody expects to be profiting out of the crisis. And I think the municipality, for having terminated and now providing trucks of its own, is a better solution. And that's what we have seen in the other municipality, that we had to terminate or stop the privatization of trucking. It's a big business, but it is putting all of us at risk. And I think things will calm down where the municipality provides its own water trucking, using its own trucks and its own people. There's also a challenge in the rural areas in the sense that over and above the normal supply, people are expecting trucks to assist them when there are funerals, to come and offload some loads of water. You know how our rural areas, people expect that at least. So that as well add the demand, and we need to continue servicing that demand. Where there's a funeral, the ward councillor will report there's a funeral, we're expecting the truck to assist the family to fill up some of the tanks in the family so that we could actually have the water, availability of water, particularly where water is made available in various schedules. So I believe that in the meantime, that will assist, and that is assisting. However, people want water through their pipes and in their own taps. So that is the solution. That is why we're concentrating more on those project and long-term solutions to the issue of bulk. In Polokwane, our strategy is that people get water through bulk water supplies, and boreholes are backup system, and the trucks are emergency system. So if all these things work, where we will get these other major projects working and all the project completed, we believe that we would then have the solution to the challenges. We should remember that the challenge is that, for example, Ebenezer pipeline was passing through villages as if there are no human beings that were staying there. Now, it was built to service a particular community. Now you overload it, it means that the department which owned the assets needed to have upgraded Ebenezer a long time ago. I mean, because now you cannot tell to the people of Mens, people of Makanye that no, that pipeline is only going to tap. They also tap into that line. And that is where we are now. And we are happy that those two projects have been approved, meaning that we will be able to deal with some of the underlying problems that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm now going to hand over to the provincial manager to engage you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Executive Mayor, MM, and Director of Water Services. Let me start by congratulating the Limpopo municipality. I think after we met, I know that you joined Limpopo municipality recently, but we met last year. Raise the issue of those tank carrying system and all those things. At least these days when there's no water, we can see Polokwane municipality, we have trucks going up and down. We are no longer seeing trucks that does not have a label delivering water around Polokwane. At least now we can say that even if there can be other areas where there's private service providers are delivering, but bit by bit, that will be eradicated, we believe. So, but mine is I'm going to come up with the specifications. You indicated that the Department of Water and Sanitation must sort out their mess with regard to the burden of rainwater, as the municipality rely on them for bulk water services. Maybe you will reflect what caused that mess, because maybe if we can just be a bit specific, or else because they can be failure to deliver or failure to deliver because there are challenges, and failure to deliver because the department has no vision to improve. But if you as the mayor, you are saying that they must sort out, then it raises a question, what is going on there in the department? Because if you as the government officials, you might be aware of other challenges, or when you approach them, maybe they might be raising something else, but it seems as if there is challenges with regard to, you mentioned the Limpopo Northern Water. So, but another issue that I just also want specific answers, with regard to the issue of Mama Hole. I really want to know what is happening, because that community of Mama Hole, we have people there. There might be some other issues that can be raised from time to time, or other challenges. But the fact of the people, so the fact of the matter is that we have our people who are staying there. How they acquire, it's like having informal settlement. The government of they have decided to provide services, even in the informal settlement. Informal settlement, we all know that people who are staying in that area, they are staying illegal. But the government of the day does not follow its arm and say, we can't give them services because they are not staying legal in that area. We find the government providing services in the squatter camps, in the informal segment. So I want to know from Polokwane municipality, because I have received I've received more than one message here in my phone that those people, they said they don't have water, let alone other service. There's no service there, but they are saying the municipality is not even providing water. And I think at some stage those people have blocked the road that, yeah, because they want water. So I don't know what is the plan from municipality, because you are responsible to deliver water where our people are living. So you will also understand that in terms of this constitution, the moment somebody it's unfortunate that it does not discriminate as to whether you're in the country legal or illegal, or in the place legal or illegal. You enjoy the rights as entrenched in the constitution. That's why even if a person is coming from another country, the moment that person crosses the border to South Africa, that person enjoys the rights, must be protected. If it's illegal, we know how to handle illegal immigrants lawfully. But you can't say, no, these are not human beings. They cannot enjoy any rights in the constitution because they're illegal. So we also have the international obligation in terms of how we handle people. But we're not going there to talk about international immigrants and all of it. But we're talking about people who are from Bulukwane, who are now residing into that area where you are not providing water, you are not providing any service. What is the plan of the municipality? Because those people, I can tell you, they built big structures there. There's no question about it. They invested a lot. In no way that we find the government of the day demolishing those structures. It won't be easy, and I can tell you that if the government allow people to circle that way and think of demolishing that property, we'll be taking our country back, and the government, I don't think the government will do that. We are even unable to just to wipe away the squatter camps. Once people are settled, we respect that as the country. So that is one of the things that it's a good character from our government, that we respect human rights, even if people are settling illegal. But with this one, I believe that those people are there, they might be victim of other conflict that they were not part of. Some of them, they didn't even know until such time they've invested in that area. So as a municipality, Bulukwane municipality, we want to know your plan. How are you going to provide services that you are supposed to provide them? Maybe going forward we can engage. If it needs you to get a court order, if somebody says you can't provide this, but if you can get a court order to say, we want to provide water to these people, because there's nothing we can do, because these are human beings that are staying there. So there are other services such as electricity, all those things, we know that they are not getting those services. But because today we are focusing on water, I just want to know what is that the government will be doing, the Bulukwane municipality will do to make sure that those people get water. Another issue that I want to raise with you is you were saying that other challenges are created by traditional leaders allocating land without proper planning. I think that is happening all over the country. We are having massive increment in terms of population. And I think this is a wake-up call to the municipality. If a traditional authority having people who are growing, wanting to be independent from their family, wanting stand and all those things, I think the municipality must act with speed to make sure that we don't just find development that are not in line with your planning. Because if we fold up our arms, obviously traditional leaders will be under pressure to allocate land. And at the end of the day, if you are not also moving in speed, you will find yourself under pressure to provide service to those areas. But if you join hands with the traditional leaders and they say, okay, you can demarcate areas where you can say to the traditional leader, we are planning that here you can allocate your people. But if you don't engage, that is where you find traditional leaders allocating people the land. And it will be difficult for you to be always after the traditional leaders, because they will be ahead of you. So I think if you plan with them, you know people need land, where population is growing, and there are so many challenges. So I will encourage the municipality to engage areas where we have traditional leaders working with the municipality, so that we don't find ourselves complaining again with regard to this was not a plan, a settlement, we can't provide this because it was not planned. So engage your government. People want to help to be allocated land to stay. So another question is, others can just be comment, but I'm just letting you. But there is an issue of billing system. The issue of billing system is a problem in Mangweni and Bulokwane. And what we have noticed is that there's no proper monitoring of your service provider. And what is happening, when there was one time when I engaged with the municipality, you allow those service providers to use estimation. You stand in the corner and they have a meter reading of this particular house, and they assume that all of these people from this corner to that corner have used the same amount of water. Yes, that can be a very good approach, maybe to save money, kilometers and all those. But the individual who have not been using water in that row must be attended to when that individual comes to the municipality and raise concern. I think it should be working that way. Because if we close door and say all of them are using, because some of these people are receiving statements that does not reflect the meter reading. So you can see that there's a gap there. And what is painful, the municipality, if those people do not pay, they immediately close water, deny access these people to water. Hence, they are raising this issue with the municipality. It's one of the issues that I think the municipality should look at it. Yes, estimation, but if somebody is raising a concern, that should be attended to. So I don't know how you work with that, but you will get deeper into that when you respond. Why are we using an estimation from this corner to that corner? If we use 100 liters, it means that all of the residents across along the street have used 100 liters. It can't be that way. Some of the people will find that, yes, it's a house, but the owner live on the 1st of the month and come back on the 30th of the month. It's not there the whole month, but you find that that person has to pay the same amount. So when people raise frustration, I think they must be attended. Another issue, the issue of the call center. The call center of the municipality, local municipality, is not effective, or it's not being attended to properly. Why? Because we have people, I'm not sure whether there is any mechanism in place to monitor the usage of that, the response from your official. I'll give you an example. In my a lot of calls that we are calling your office is not responding and all those things. And it also assists me because the moment I decided that, okay, I will test this number from time to time. Sometimes we find that it's the issue of service provider was assisting us, who only to find that the phone is dead. And we are all not aware that this phone is not working, but our people are calling. But if we keep on testing, we can immediately pick up the problem and report it to technician. So with regard to this one, it is very hard to get a response from the number, that 087 number. It is not an easy to resolve problem. That is a challenge, because sometimes people are using this number to avoid visiting the office, visiting municipality offices because of COVID-19. So people must be assisted. People must be assisted telephonically, so that whenever, I think you are with me. Sorry about it. So I think people, they use the issue of using telephones. It also assists us because it also minimizes the spread of COVID-19, which is a very good idea, because you don't have to go to the municipality hall. Because the moment our people massify the hall there, it also risks the workers there. And we don't want to find a situation where you close down completely. It's better to have people are working telephonically,
resolving issues telephonically than to have maybe one person tested positive and the office is closed. So we can avoid that by making the telephone, the 087 number that we're using more effective. Then the issue of shortage of meters. We not long ago we received a complaint of one of the residents who complained about the meter that was not working, but she was told that the problem cannot be resolved, but after our intervention the problem was resolved. We are happy about that. We intervened, the problem was resolved, but I think because we are using this technology now, I think this is very important, because we need to find a way in which we need to have, if it need be, we must have a 24 hours response. Because those meters, the battery can die anytime. And if the battery is dead, it means that you won't get water until the following day and all those things. You have to wait and all those things. Another thing that we've noticed is that when people are calling, there's no turnaround time. They don't tell you that, it's either they will say we'll come maybe within 24 hours. I mean, for water, 24 hours, it means that that day you won't be able to cook, you won't be able to do anything. You will be stuck. And looking at the fact that we are in the city center, there's no place to hide where you can help yourself. The house sometimes is in a mess. Some of the residents do not even have the car to go and fetch water from somewhere. They rely solely in the water that is provided by the municipality. I think you must also look at that. Then I must also indicate that I once also being the victim of the failure of the municipality. But I just want to share with you, I'm not going to disclose the issue because it's not the right, but I'm also a customer of the municipality. But I just want to the spirit from municipality officials, more especially in the service center there. I think there's something that is not being communicated properly. I went to the municipality, I was so disturbed, I must say that. Stand on the queue, after standing on the queue, then here we are, there's an argument in the front, and the official is shouting at the people, then I have to intervene. And after that, one of the officials, after I've raised all the things, then in fact, we are just doing you a favor. That is from the official. And I think that is very painful. The moment Victor feels that for attending the complaints that people are lodging to our office related to violation of human rights, if I started feeling that I'm doing them a favor, it's a disaster. It's a disaster, and if I can openly say that I'm doing you a favor, it also questions the whole commission from the top, from the chairperson. It thinks right within the commission. If Victor can have the guts to say to a complainant who is paying his salary that I'm doing you a favor, it will mean that I don't have respect to the Constitution. I don't have respect to the mandate of the Commission, the Human Rights Commission Act, the chairperson, commissioners, COO, CEO. All of them, I don't respect them. It means that I know that no one can do anything to me. So the way we communicate with our people, we need to be guided by what we call principle. That is what I've also noticed that even in your hall, the way people have to be assisted, there's no what principle. Where is we used to pass this thing to conscientize our people. Why are they what principle? Because every time, if I don't check, I've been going through this since I was a student doing a constitutional law back in the university. But I always remind myself, going through it. I have to go through it because this is my Bible. I need to understand what is that our people expect from us as the Human Rights Commission. Without understanding of this, I'm not going to be effective. So I'm saying, some of the things that I'm saying might need your comments. Some of them might need your follow-up, but I will really need an answer with regard to Mama Pole, because we need to know that community does not have water. Trucks are passing there to Mangwe, but those people are there, they need water. So I think that will be all from me for now.
Thank you, Provincial Manager. Mr. Mayor, over to you.
Thank you very much, our Commissioner, and also the Provincial Manager. Firstly, let me explain that I think some of the issues are common or inputs for the municipality to correct, to improve. The challenges of the Northern Water, let's start. It is a big institution that we all rely on. If you have a plant like Ebenezer, can it operate without a backup? Okay, that's the first issue. Why I'm saying this is because you can't operate such a big dam and pumps without a backup. I mean, even a mere fields of solar system will work, just to make sure that in the case of load shedding, you continue pumping. One of the problems that you see in the city, it becomes worse when they are load shedding. Should we really be talking about a backup for Ebenezer or a backup for Oliphant Sport? It's bad. It's poor planning. And Polokwane is a big city, which we all agree that we're investigating the possibility that we should have our water issues being under an entity, or having an entity specifically for water, with its own corporate governance, COO, directors, and so forth. Because water for us is, it's the reason for us to go to work. It's the reason for us to exist. That's the first thing. Because if you run the economy as big as Polokwane, it depends on water. Our people cannot live without water. And there are a lot of settlement growth in the area that tells you that everybody wants to move closer to economic opportunities. We need to expand those economic opportunities, you need water. For them to live as they live, they want to come closer, we need water. So we are also investigating the possibility of having our own entity, put all the water infrastructure into an entity as an asset, just to make sure that we can hold some people accountable, because it's a big municipality. If you want to have it as one without some of the key responsibilities being given to a specific entity, it might be that from the planning point of view, this should have been contextualized and so forth. So it's a challenge, because at the moment, if you look at other cities, you have Johannesburg water while there is Rand water, because they need to have some form of accountability somewhere. Because without water, you cannot run after people. If the Lepele Northern Water was saying Polokwane owes us money for something else. Even where I come from, there are 2 municipalities in the province that does not owe the Lepele Northern Water, that does literally for 30 to an hour over the phone 2 days ago. I said, look, we need to be taken serious as Polokwane. And we feel you are failing us. As much as we have accepted our own failures, project management, poor governance, we have accepted our own failures, because unless, if you hide your problems, you will not gonna solve. So, the issues that we are raising are issues that the communities have raised in the past days when I was meeting various clusters. For sure you are aware that I was meeting various communities just to get a sense. We will investigate. We have already directed the CFO to investigate these challenges of the billing system and credit control issues. There's a company called Bashum that is becoming more popular than the municipality itself. Okay? So we need to check what is their role, how are they doing, is it in line with our policies? We need the revenue. We cannot survive without it. But we cannot, we should still respect the rights of our residents. Polokwane need, for it to sustain itself, we need to have revenue. Mankweng, we're not collecting, and we're having challenges there. People, also we've got the problem of the culture of non-payment in certain areas, but particularly areas which are predominantly, which have predominantly African residents, or previously those areas that were predominantly occupied by Africans. There is a culture of non-payment, but the municipality need to get its act together as to the billing system, the reliability of water supply, and so forth and so forth. So we are accepting those comments so that we can improve. We cannot use estimations on people. It's unacceptable. We cannot. We have budgeted 1.5 million to improve our call center, and I was asking managers to tell me when can we get this thing sorted out, because indeed the call center must function. I had a 3-day meeting with all the directors so that they go back and talk to their people about the way they are handling people. But also at the governance level, I found that MMCs were all housed in one floor. Even if you are an MMC for finance, community services, and so forth, you are all in one floor together. It's like the whole cabinet is at the 6th floor, which is unacceptable. So I have removed all of them to go to their own department, because they must be able to hear when somebody is being insulted. If you are an MMC for finance, you must hear when people are getting insulted, and those officials must be subjected to disciplinary measures immediately, because we cannot behave as if we are doing our people a favor, where they are the reason for our own existence. And as you said, we should actually also put the Batopele principle as a reminder in our areas, and I think we will do that. That we should be able to do with immediate to municipal manager. I mean, if there are no boards, it's better you don't have the photo of the executive mayor than not have the Batopele principles. And we must also have our own commitments, like turnaround time for queries and so forth at our call centers, so that people can hold us accountable for lack of action after a particular period, that people have got a right to complain to another level, or I'm not getting joy, because we are rendering services of which people cannot live without. So the issue of communication I have touched on. Honestly speaking, you are talking about things that we had yesterday. I even thought that maybe you were part of the meeting, you know. And you're also talking about the things that we have had even in other areas where we have gone to. These are issues that we need to fix. The issues of land and land use in Polokwane is a challenge. And I think it's a challenge that we must, because we've got a very good relationship with traditional leaders. But the relationship cannot be about meeting, having lunch together, taking photos. It cannot be. It must be put into action in terms of planning and implementation, having joint programs together with our traditional leaders. Because Polokwane has got 45 wards. Almost 90% of those wards, or 80% probably, they are in the rural areas where the traditional leaders are responsible as well. So we will definitely have to make sure that our relationship, our good relationship, is translated into programs where we do joint programs. If we must sign memorandum of agreement with the traditional leaders, will have to do that, and we take your concern and your point that you have made. I think it will help us as a municipality. The culture. I'm not an expert of change management. I'm not an expert in that area, but the culture of the officials of Polokwane need to change, or else they will be complaining to the Human Rights Commission that they have been fired and all those things. It needs to change if we want to have that institution operating as it should. It's not only that. I know you've got a report on nepotism. If you create an institution which become a place where people think they could do their own things, relatives could be employed, and all those things, what do you expect from relatives who think they've got protection? No. People must get into the institution in the right way. It must never be because they know somebody. It must be because they've got qualifications and the necessary expertise that the municipality needs. That's it. It's a big institution. It needs highly qualified individuals. Polokwane needs to have not one chartered accountant. I'm just going to give you an example. We employed the youngest chartered accountant at the age of 23, and that person produced 2 clean audits for the district. Polokwane is a big municipality that can attract anyone. So that is the program that we are embarking on to fix it. And I said, that's why I'm saying it's a culture issue. What has been happening is a culture issue. We need to change that culture of entitlement, but building a professional public servants, workers, who understand their responsibility from the low level, not only at the highest level, from the low level. Sometimes the people who interact with the people are not these directors, but they need to drive their institution in a way that the change we are envisaging in Polokwane must be displayed by the change of attitude of a frontline worker. You can't have people in a service points, even their approach. Next. Yeah. No, you can't work like that. It must be, can I help you? Right weights, right attitude towards the people that pay our salaries. And that is the approach. So we will not sit here, because if we defend wrongdoing, it means we are not going to self-correct. So we are not here to defend ourselves. Where there are challenges, the commitment we can make is that we will do everything to change things around in Polokwane. And where people are not willing to change, they will probably come to you to complain that they have been, their employment has been terminated. And that is the approach, even when we meet the community, that is the approach that we are talking. There are other issues, but I am confident that we should be able to correct on the issue of water. We are on course. Polokwane as well cannot transfer. The department, let me talk about the department. The department has done a lot to help Polokwane. I mean, if you transfer billions or you transfer millions to an institution, they must be able to spend that money in a way that creates that intent. And as municipalities, we are going to move from just receiving grants. If you look at the approach of government now, they are talking about more utilization of DBSA and infrastructure SA. They are talking about us doing something different. So if you still have got people who do not appreciate, I mean, the money that has been given to Polokwane should have solved some of our problems. Poor project management cannot be tolerated and be blamed under those who are making available some of the funding. But as I said, the Pello Northern Water is an entity of the department. Surely they could also be doing more to pressurize those or to put systems in place for them to do their part, so that the city do its part and they do their part. Our people will not be complaining like they are doing. So thank you very much for all the inputs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The provincial manager has a quick follow-up question.
Thank you, Chairperson. The issue of Mama Wole.
My apology, Manager. The issue of Mama Wole and the dispute there, it is true that the people of Mama Wole deserve services like any other, and there's no way that we are going to demolish those houses.
Yeah.
And believe me, I will not, as the executive mayor, support it. We support formalization of their settlements, of which both the Minister of Human Settlement and the Minister of Agricultural Land Reform, because of the land-related claims issues there, they need to assist us. I met the Minister, we discussed the issue of formalization. As you know, for us as a municipality, when utilizing these grants, we must also prove that this is a settlement area. And I will have to investigate how far that process is, because we must be able, we know there is a settlement there. We cannot say we don't know that. We know there is a settlement there, but I'll have to check with the planning team, what are they doing about it, and we will have to respond, not right away. It's a very crucial and a very, very hot issue. I don't want to make a pronouncement without getting the facts, because by now we should have been saying to you, this is how much we have budgeted for water, for electricity, this is what we're doing, because that community definitely deserves all those basic services. But it has got history to it, it has got legal issues to it, and I will need to get the full report Director of Planning as well to give me that report. Can we be given maybe an opportunity to respond in writing on that one, let's say tomorrow, at the end of business tomorrow?
Yeah, I think that is fine, but what I wanted to do, because we are having families that are struggling there and they are spending just for water, electricity and gas. They are saying that they are spending more than 3,000 a month on gas and on water, plus or minus 2,000 something. So I wanted, maybe before we can talk about gas and electrification of the place, I just wanted to know if it cannot be possible for the municipality to deliver water with tanks in the time being. In the meantime, while we are getting that, can we get an undertaking that we can just deliver water for now? We are not going to put infrastructure there, but deliver water for those people. In the meantime, you will be sorting out the issues of formalizing all the services.
Yeah, I think that we will do from tomorrow. If trucks are not going there, from tomorrow we'll communicate with those who are community leaders that our trucks will be going into their area, and then we can develop a schedule with them of delivering those trucks. I'm hoping the Human Rights Commission will help us so that people don't think it's because of the elections. And then we start being thrown with stones and so forth, and our staff, our officials are safe. I believe that if we can have a way in which, together with our acting MM, you can write to their leader that the municipality will be starting to supply with the trucks to that particular community, so that it doesn't look like electionary program.
Yeah, I think.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think as the Human Rights Commission, we will try to identify the leaders and also inform them that this was the engagement, and we are requesting that you allow the municipality to deliver water. We are not getting into the dispute. We are just concerned that there are people, human beings, who are staying there, who are not part of the decision-making processes there, but they are suffering now because they need water. So we will try to track down the leaders and engage with them if it need be, so that those people can get water. Thank you.
And then we have gone way past your allocated time, so we are moving towards closure. I'm happy that I can say all of the necessary or urgent technical issues have been exhausted this morning. I must, however, speak to the issue of culture that you began to address. It sits at the center of the problem that we have. You spoke, Mr. Mpe, to the problem of history. A lot of the challenges we are having here are historical. Some of the history is post-94, but the majority of the history dates back to the apartheid and colonial history. Now, in order for us to solve these issues, we have to be aware of the manner in which history has affected and contributed to the current challenges. I'm saying that again in relation to the question of culture. We often assume that the problems with governance, particularly at the local level, is an intellectual problem. It's a problem of skills, discipline, but these are manifestations of a deeper lying problem. You see, we are all in agreement that the project of colonialism was not a political or intellectual project. it was primarily a spiritual project. That was what colonialism was. Colonial authorities knew very well that if you want to oppress a people, you have to capture their spirituality and you've got to capture their psyche. Once you do that, then it becomes easy for them to believe that they are less than humans and they are unable to take care of themselves. And that is a question of culture. Because then once you do that, you create a culture of hopelessness. Then you can step away and watch these people be useless on their own, sustain that uselessness, and reproduce it amongst themselves. And that is what has happened in most colonized societies and even in host colonies. Now, the solution then to that has to be a focus on that sender. I'm emphasizing this, Mr. Mbe, because we engage with many government leaders, and it is quite clear to see the problem of culture in the leader. We are pleased to meet you, sincerely pleased to meet you. It is evident that your leadership is spiritual. And by spiritual, we don't mean religious. And it is that inspires the leader to see what others can't see. We, as the Human Rights Commission, commit ourselves, as the provincial manager has started to indicate, to working with you wherever you believe that the Human Rights Commission could come in to strengthen the efforts that you've already started within this municipality. Now we know what happens to leaders like you. You will be seen to be doing good here, but because there are so many problems, the likelihood that you will then be needed to fix all of these other problems is high. We wish you all the best. We wish you strength, we wish you a long life, and we wish you good rest as well between all of this. Because in order for you to have strength to work the next day, you need to be well rested. That is all that I can say for now. And we wish that that institution that you work in, we often ask ourselves, how do we change society? How do we influence people to change? The answer is that it is likely that when we have a leader that is moving in this direction, those who are following you will likely begin eventually to move in the direction that you are moving. So that is what we can say in conclusion, Mr. Mayor. I will give you 2 minutes to make any closing remarks that you would like to make before we release
you. Let me first appreciate your leadership and your guidance, because part of the questioning and issues that have been raised are meant to help us correct and to inspire to continue where we are doing well. And we really want to thank you as a municipality for this session. The Commission is playing a very, very important role, just like Auditor General does and other institutions. In addition to our public participation sessions, oversight programs at the municipality, I believe that we need this feedback. It will go a long way to strengthen us, to go back to our offices, so So I wish all the directors and everybody was here. Sometimes when you also transmit information, certain information maybe might get lost or get overemphasized or in the way. So we really appreciate your this session, and we believe that on follow-up issues the acting municipal manager is here. You will work with the manager that Victor Makitula, is it the way you pronounce it? Yeah. So we will appreciate that interaction between the two so that we can really move with speed in the right direction. And thank you very much for your...
Now, Mr. Mayor, before I release you, I forgot to mention this one issue. You indicated that the President, the Minister approved PPPs, and which you are also in support of.
Yeah, just to clarify, the Minister has been here. He wanted a confirmation of our support. We have supported the PPP program.
Yes.
Obviously, we have also, I think even from their side, we have also stated we need to safeguard the water issues not being becoming privatized as well in that particular arrangement. But the Minister has got our support, and we also had the PPP partners, which is the mining companies in the area of Skukune in particular. They have also formed some organization or entity that will be partnering with us. So it is actually something that very soon will then have the signing arrangements. But it was just a meeting, follow-up meeting. It was just to confirm that all of us support, because I think the issue of partnership is the way to go, so that between ourselves, there are areas where as a government where we can actually, a lot of areas we can learn from the private sector, and the private sector as well can learn from us. So that working relationship we have endorsed as Pologwa.
Thanks, Mr. Mpe. I'm going to encourage you that in this process, you please involve the provincial manager in every step of the way, so that the commission is also working with you through this process. The provincial manager is also going to lead us in a hearing that will specifically look into mining issues in this province, and that will be next year. So that conversation on PPPs will certainly be part of those hearings next year. I must also emphasize, and I think it's important to do so to you in particular, there's a misconception, particularly in our communities, that mining companies help communities in terms of job creation. So there's a sense, you get the sense in many communities, even amongst leaders, that we need the mining companies. Whereas the reality is that mining companies are exploitative of our people in many, many ways. And it is not to say that Africans did not mine before these global mining companies came into effect. But the ways in which we used to mine is quite different to the modern way of mining, because of the relationship we had with the earth. And I encourage you, in the ways that you are thinking about these PPPs, to also then just go back into history to explore the relationship that miners had pre-colonially with the earth, especially in terms of the rehabilitation of the earth after then those mining activities would have been complete. I think that you can reflect on, Mr. Mayor, but certainly thank you very much. Your time with us is now officially over. You are dismissed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take a 2-3 minutes leg stretch and then come back to have Department of Water Affairs taking the podium. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Thank you very much for settling. We're proceeding with our program. You will see that we took the tea break before our next presentation. It wasn't really a tea break, but we won't be having any other break except lunch. It was just a leg stretch. Commissioner, allow me to call to the podium the Department of Water Affairs, Mel Sukobe, Department of Water Affairs Provincial Head. I think the provincial head is with the director. They will be coming to the podium and then take over to take them through the outline the house rules, the procedure for presentation and evidence under oath. Commissioner, thank you very much. You are invited to take the podium. The director can come take a seat this side. Commissioner.
Dumelang Menkobe. Tobela. Welcome Menkobe and your delegation. Before we begin, do you have any objection to taking the oath this morning?
No.
Will you be taking the oath with your delegation?
Yes.
Could I ask the person accompanying you to please just come stand next to you for the purpose of administering the oath? Kindly state your full names, position, and institution for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Lucy Kobe. I'm the Provincial Head of Water and Sanitation in Limpopo, responsible for everything related to water. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Cecilia Mashako, the Director responsible for regulation, compliance, and enforcement.
Thank you very much to you both. Please remain standing. Since you have indicated that you have no objection to taking the oath, in fact, I only asked you, do you have any objection to taking the oath?
No, I don't have any objection.
In that case, kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this morning shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Yes.
Kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. You are duly administered. You may take your seat. Ms. Kobe, the time is now 10:45. You will have 25 minutes to offer us your presentation. Thereafter, the panel will engage you with comments and questions. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Commissioner, your panel, colleagues from Secretary Department, colleagues from municipalities, colleagues from Premier's office, and everyone present, and all protocol observed. A very good morning to you all. I greet you. Commissioner and the panel, allow me to start with the appreciation of the invite, and as the department, as a sector leader, a regulator, and a policy maker, we are always willing to support our water services institutions in the province to make them to become more effective and efficient through our regulatory role, as well as the support through the various grants that we are giving them. And I will also indicate some of the projects that we are funding that will help the municipalities in the long run not to find themselves wanting with interruptions and service delivery challenges. And already Polokwane has already mentioned a number of factors that made us not to perform, and I'm so happy with the commitment, with the new leadership that has been displayed here, that he will change Polokwane from the state where it is to the next trajectory. And I hope other water services authorities, because my interest as a water is with water services authorities, can learn from that. Without much ado, let me confine myself to what I'm here for. With the institutional arrangement on water services business cycle, a constitution assigned the executive authority for water supply and sanitation services to local sphere of government, which in this case is our water services authorities. It's municipalities with the status of water service. Not all municipalities in the province are water services authorities. Now we've got only 10 water services authorities, which is Sikukuni, Vembe, Capricorn, Mupani, Polokwane, and the 6 local LMs in Waterplay. Those are our local sphere. But our role as national is to support and strengthen the capacity of these municipalities to ensure effective performance. And national may not undermine the executive authority of local government, but can set norms and standard, policy function, and enforce legislation, regulatory function. In exercising these roles, national government must apply the principles of cooperative governance and IGR, and these principles requires all spheres of government and organ of state to cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by assisting and supporting one another, and by making every reasonable effort to settle dispute and exhaust all other remedies before approaching a court to resolve a dispute. As enshrined in the Constitution, there are 3 sections that we confine ourselves to. Section 24, that everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. Section 27.1 states that everyone has the right to have access to sufficient food and water. As I heard the provincial commissioner questioning why Mama Wule is not being given water, because water is a right. And section 27 states that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within its available resources to achieve the progressive realization of these rights. Department of Water and Sanitation. The department's legislative mandate is to ensure that the country's water resources are protected, managed, used, developed, conserved, and controlled by regulating and supporting the delivery of effective water supply and sanitation. As a department, we are the custodian of water resources and the overall water sector leader, and play a central role in 4 areas currently with respect to water services. We develop policies, we support the water services, we also regulate the sector, and also information management. Water services authorities in any municipality that has the executive authority to provide water services within its area of jurisdiction in terms of Municipal Structures Act. And then we, in all 10 WSAs, as I have mentioned, in the province, they have a primary responsibility by ensuring access to clean water supply and sanitation services within their area of jurisdiction. And their roles and responsibilities as a water service authority is ensuring access, planning for water services, regulation, and provision of water. And then the provincial government, the Limpopo Department of Culture, has overall responsibility for all affairs of local government, including coordination of water services authorities within the WSAs. This includes policy legislation, capacity building, grant allocation, and regulation, as this is part of the integrated aspect of municipal service provision, and this function is merely executed through provincial government. Status of water supply in the province. Access to water supply in Limpopo as per the SSA of 2016. 2019, it indicates that access to piped water was 74% to household, but reliability was 55.5. 2020, 75.3. The access and reliability 53.1. 2021, 75%, 8. Access to piped and 50%, 7. Access to reliable water supply. Water supply infrastructure in the Limpopo province. The Department of Water and Sanitation has a responsibility to support, as I said, and regulate water services institution, which is performed by Water Services Authority. And the following programs are currently used to measure the performance of water services authorities in the province, which is assessment of regular regional water supply scheme through the Blue Drop Assessment Program, and providing financial support to Water Services Authority to promote the realization of the right to a basic water supply and sanitation services through our regional bulk infrastructure grant and water services infrastructure grant. It should be noted that the department only assesses the existing water supply scheme. Let me paint a picture that we have got a total across all the water services authorities and the districts in the province of 95 schemes, and a total of 82 water treatment works, and a total number of boreholes are 3,426. And the information provided here is currently what is being reported in the departmental existing water supply infrastructure in the province, which are neither operated by a Water Services Authority or a water board. And in the province we have got 2 water boards, which is Mahalis and Lepel. In Lepalale specifically, Exaro is operating 1 plant. And WSA, through different programs, are currently embarking on a groundwater resource development, through of which it will make the number of district boreholes to differ, because it is the responsibility of the WSA to report on any new commissioned boreholes to the department. Water services infrastructure grant status in Limpopo. The department is supporting municipalities, as I said, through RBIC and WISIC. And to assist the following municipalities: Bembe, Capricorn, Bela, Mohalakwe. And then that is through Schedule 5B. And the department further allocated 103 million through Schedule 6B, indirect transfer, to assist the following municipalities in addressing water services challenges. That is on top of MIG grant. The Palale LM 20.6, Sikukuni 20 million, Tawazili 35 million, Gudimole 20 million. WISIC grant is used by benefiting municipality as stated above to address water and sanitation infrastructure challenges, which is ranging from the refurbishment of existing systems, development or exploration of groundwater sources, and construction of localized infrastructure that will immediately supply water to community, meaning for an intervention. If Pulupane needs to intervene in Mamaule, they will have to develop a business plan and request for a funding from ourselves through this program, then we will gladly assist them. That is mainly for intervention. And the department is implementing 9 regional bulk water supply infrastructure projects in 5 districts within the province with the assistance of municipalities and water board as our implementing agent. A water board is our implementing agent, and all the WSAs are also our implementing agent for certain projects on regional bulk infrastructure grant. And then the following projects are currently under implementation, and I will summarize them. They are all at different stages, and we are implementing them to make sure that we align our regional bulk supply to their make reticulation to various villages. And all these regional bulk infrastructure projects that are listed here are aligned to a particular water resource to Nandoni water resource development. The next one, Giani Drought Relief, which is a pipeline from Nandoni to Giani, is also aligned to Nandoni as a water resource. Mamaja Sikororo bulk water supply is aligned to Blade water resource and augmentation through groundwater. And then Babanana it will be aligned to Kliwa. And then Mkhalakwena bulk water supply is aligned to Olifant River water resource, which is known as the WOP. And Moon bulk water project is also aligned to the WOP. Nebo aligned to the WOP. Moonze aligned to Loskop as a water resource. And then we also had the ministerial intervention. We also have Kutamas in Tunule, which is aligned to Nandoni. And then when coming to Blue Drop, the department has introduced what we call an incentive regulatory program called Blue Drop Certification Program. And the program is used to monitor this very water services institution as specified in Section 62 of the Water Services Act, where a water service are compelled to provide necessary information required to undertake a proper analysis on the quality of water services and performance, set access the performance of drinking water supply systems in every 2 years. And there are 5 criteria. We need to know whether they do water safety planning, process management and control, quality compliance, management accountability, and asset management. And upon the release of the Blue Drop assessment report, the Water Services Authority are required to submit corrective action plans within a particular time frame, which the department will then assess progress on the following year named PET. And then below, we just painted a picture of the performance and the trend from 2010 to 2012. And the threshold to say you are performing and you will attain a Blue Drop certification, or the percentage must be above 95%. And none of them attained then, except one system in Polokwane and one system in the Palale in 2012, and the Polokwane one was in 2011. So it means that all the municipalities in the province, the water that we are drinking is not compliant to our standard, to the Blue Drop standard. Challenges in the water provision in the province. The following challenges are a major concern which can hamper the WSA to ensure access of reliable water supply to each household in Limpopo. Limpopo is characterized as an arid to semi-arid province, which means it receives minimal rainfall per annum, as much that 70% of dams are full, but not all areas are covered. Some certain areas are dry and have no surface water and have very less groundwater or natural resources are unevenly distributed. The province has a long dry season, which means communities will rely on boreholes and are affected by low water tables, which ultimately affects the reliability of supply within such areas. Well, of course, we do have a problem of aging infrastructure of our treatment works. I'm sure you have seen the previous years program removing all asbestos pipes and replace them. They were more than 50 years, and the normal trend is 30 years. Lack of coordinated planning of source to tap concept. You see why we are not approving IRSs as a department. We need to be scientifically, empirically convinced that you have confirmed the source that has been sustainable. Hence, the municipalities, because of the capacity, or they use a service provider who doesn't even know how to populate an IRS, then we have a problem of approving them on time. And as soon as I append my small hand signature on that IRS and say it's approved, it means I'm saying is beyond reasonable doubt that you will get water sustainable over a period of a particular planning horizon. You will find that is between 10 to 20 years. So we cannot sometimes approve those IRSs on time if the source is not scientifically proven through their geological survey on the report when they bring it to us for assessment and approval of an IRS. And that is a problem across all municipalities. An IRS is for them to unlock funding from RBIC grant. From MIG, they sent us technical report, and we follow the same scientific process. It's not confirmed because you can popota borehole, you have 2 liters per second, and Lucy signed. Tomorrow people don't have water. I will be blamed that I have signed for the sustainable supply from that particular resource. We also do field study and field site visits before we can even approve, to ensure that whatever we have been given is a true reflection of what is on the ground. Lack of capacity at WSA level to operate and maintain the existing water services infrastructure, including preventative maintenance, which is supposed to be done regularly to ensure reliable water supply. With our regulatory tool now, if we have sent them a directive, and a directive is starts with a notice, and then it becomes a directive. After that, we threaten to even take them to court. But normally we prefer an amicable solution. So what we did as a department with our WISIC grant, when we found that they are not attending to what our regulation has found as wrongdoing, we channel them to make sure that they use this very grant of ours to address what we have found to be wrong on the ground. That is the condition now that we are putting as a department on some of the grants. WSA also does not have sufficient capacity to implement bulk water projects, which they are appointed as an implementing agent. If you look at all these 8 or 11 are big projects that I have mentioned, all our municipalities in the specific area are our implementing agent. And they took long because, one, they don't have a project management capacity. They politicize procurement, which become protracted and laborious, and then they appoint service providers who are not competent, And we ended up having what we call poor workmanship. And those are the challenges that I face with all these grants. And for us as a province to get more funding from this grant, we must perform better. Nationally, so far, we are not performing well, rather than other provinces. Mpumalanga is doing very well on this program because they have taken a stance. And we needed the support of the politicians and the leadership of the mayors to ensure that these programs run and give these people what. I thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Kobe. You may now take your seat. The panel will now engage you on your presentation. I will begin with Dr. Carter and then followed by the provincial manager. Over to you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Ms. Cody. I think you've outlined the challenges yourself, which we have come across in the past few days. That it looks like there is a clear lack of capacity at water service authorities level to understand what is needed, to understand what needs to be submitted, to understand what it takes to roll out these high level of projects. But what concerns me is that you indicated there's a lack of capacity with your office as well. So my questions are going to flow from those two premises. Number one, when these WSIGs are provided to the water service authorities, who monitors? Is that your office? And how regular do you monitor? Because I see, is it the annual report of last year? Was it 5 billion? Or 5? Can we just check on that? For WSIGs that were allocated to the water service authorities. And then most of that money was left unspent. And we've also noted that Parliament had something to say about that as well. Why is that? No, it's 500 million. No, it was an amount of 500 million. Why is that? Why are the municipalities not spending? I think you've answered it in your presentation, but I want you to flesh it out. I want you to give us, and I want you to name and shame. Who's not doing what? What is the problem? How can we be returning money to your office, which you then inevitably have to return to Treasury, when the people on the ground do not have water? We've heard, and even as almost, I can say, as an afterthought from some of the municipalities, they would say they don't have this, they don't have that. And then when we ask them, did you spend your water services infrastructure grant? They would say no. Yes. For us it becomes this strange conundrum where it does seem that there's water, it does seem that there's support available from your department, but the two doesn't meet each other. So we want you, and Ms. Kobe, I know it's difficult, but name and shame. Because we need to make findings in this report. We can't just be generalizing. We need to make findings to say, you know what, Murimuli Mokopong came here and said they submitted their business plan on XYZ. And it's still with your officers. That's why I was specific this morning as well when you were present to ask Polokwane, when did you submit your, is it the RI, yes, he's with all the abbreviation, IRS. And they were specific to say, no, they have been in engagement with you. It was just asked to be compartmentalized, and they were doing this on this date and this on this date. Because you must understand that the water service authorities are also throwing a lot back to you to say we did submit. We did submit. So I want you to flesh out on it. You've touched on it here. And what I'm saying is, do you have the capacity to, number one, assess all of these plans that are coming your way, to determine the scientific viability, to do the site visits after you've done, after you've accepted or received these plans, and the monitoring. And I'm not saying you're monitoring, I'm asking who monitors this? Who monitors? We've now provided Sekukuni with XYZ for the purposes that were included in their business plans. We're taking the money back now because it was not spent. So if you can give me a bit of information on that, and again I'm going to say, it's got to be name and shame. We can't be sitting with general assumptions here that time periods and lack of changing of administration. What is happening on the ground? Because you are it seems like you are the purse. You've indicated even here, after you've done an assessment on the ground that something is not working from the municipality, you can make available from the WSIG grant for the municipality to address that specific challenge. So it looks like you're sitting with a purse, you have certain elements that needs to be fulfilled. There's water in our dams. Now I need you to give me the answer why those two are not meeting. In terms of the bulk services, please touch on that as well, because I noticed you said there's the money for the bulk might be too much for you to cater to everything at one stage now, as we've heard from the municipalities, the projects that need to be undertaken. And then in that respect, the national support that your office is getting to recognize the longevity that is needed in the implementation of these projects, and whether that funding is going to be secured in the very near future to address the bulk services and the longer term issues. I may have one or two follow-up questions as you go along, because I feel I'm also learning throughout this process, and once we may have to ask a question for clarity, please don't think that we're interrupting due to disrespect. It's just for clarity. Thank you very much. That's it from me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Carter. Let me start internally in the department. We have the teams assigned to all WSAs in the province. And we used to have what we call a backlog on MIG technical report. And I used an approach where my team sit with the municipality and sit with the appointed service provider. Show him, as I said, municipalities don't have capacity to do a technical report. That is for unlocking of MIG funds, because we still have to approve that technical report. And then they guide the service provider that is appointed, and they show him. And the approach I said to my team, I want, it was a what to take in the problem. But I said I don't want this to happen any longer, and it was highly political, because when they go for elections and promise people water, the only way to get that water is through these programs. So what we did, we assigned individuals, scientists, technicians to every WSA, and then when they come and present to the committee, which is comprising of the WSA, COCTA, and ourselves, and present the technical report is a technical. We used to have it as something else, because we sit and wait for assessment. But now we are supporting the municipalities hands-on so that they can develop a proper technical report. As I speak to you, I don't have a backlog, single one, of the technical report. I only have 2 IRSs, which is implementation readiness studies, in the department, which is Mameja Sekororo and the Polukwa Loka. Mameja Sekororo 1, we requested information many times from the municipality, like your WSDP and other information regarding source and propagation. I even wrote a letter last week. what I like with my team, where, because we have to prove when we are questioned like this, what have we done? So we have a lesson learned. So if we see them not coming forth, we write a formal letter. So we have written to Mopani. They will respond very soon. I'm told that they have augmented their capacity with the usage of DBSA to assist them to finalize the IRS. With regard to Pulupa, as you said, name and shame, Pulupa just started implementing without any approval of the IRS. And they have sent a bulk IRS to the department. And a bulk is going to hide certain information like population, determination of a source, whether the source will be whether the source will be sustainable, many other information that we require from them. Then we have returned back to them to say, unbundle this IRS. As we speak, we have approved the one for wastewater treatment works. Sometime last week, one portion of the 4 that they have unbundled has been approved. The challenge we had, even with Treasury, and we even wrote a letter of withdrawal of funds because they are not following our guidelines. With our grants, you don't implement as you wish. We follow the guideline. Starting point, IRS or a business plan. IRS for regional bulk or a business plan for WSIG. That is the tool that we use so that we can manage the municipality. In terms of infrastructure team that will follow the grant that we are dishing to these municipalities, we have got all project managers assigned to all the projects and they work with municipality. Let me tell you this. When I write a letter of a confirmation of a budget for a particular financial year, I even say the department would like to participate in your supply chain because we wanted to see what they are doing there. Because we found that the service providers don't have capacity, we have got a problem of poor workmanship on the ground, and so forth and so on. My friend, that has never happened. We write clear in all the letters to say we want to participate. Because I learned also from such interrogations like public protectors, SIU, what was your role? Why didn't you follow your money? What oversight role have you played? And I want to be hands-on and know where my money is going and what is being done with the money. The bulk of my performance agreement, more than 75% is on this grant. So if I fold my arms and I don't do anything, I just dish and fold my arm, it won't happen. Let me give you a classical example. Water Services Infrastructure Grant, which is WISIC 2021. Member municipalities expenditure, 31%. Underspending reason, none. Capricorn, 47%. Underspending reason, none. Villavela, 80%, none. And then Mukhalakwen, 9%. Poor performing contractors and late payment of service providers by the municipality. Out of the 208,726, we have transferred 78 million and 32,481 is expenditure, and I'm sitting at 42%. And when I'm being assessed in Pretoria, they assess me on this performance. 42% they don't care whether it's me or a municipality. But we know that the problem is with our implementing agent. Labella, 18%. Delayed appointment of a service provider, incomplete projects, Sikukuni, expenditure, 2021-22, 0. Appointment submission not approved due to budget constraints related to moods and advance payments clearance. Tawazimbi, 26%, delayed appointment of an IA. Mudimole, Mohopong, 52% delayed appointment. Out of 103,655,000, I have spent 23,304, 22% expenditure. You can imagine. And I heard Dr. Carter say they have mentioned that they do submit business plans. Most of the business plans, in terms of our guideline for the next financial year, next municipal financial year, which is July every year, not March like us, I mean April like us. They have to submit all the business plan by October. None of them. They will submit come May, just before December. And the business plan is still to be appraised. And we still have to do site inspection, site visit, all those compensated data that they provided to us. I have once given a classical example to Premier's ESCO that Sikukune has given us a technical report up 2015, where a reservoir that is just having a slab is a source. If we would have not gone to the ground and confirmed the source, we would have approved the wrong business plan. And once I approve it and water is not supplied, the plan will come true. Those are our internal, we do have engineers in Pretoria whom after we shall have done all the assessment, they also get the report and then they approve. I recommend. Only technical report I approve, but IRSs and business plans, shall we say, they get we recommend and they get approval in Pretoria, and we have got a panel of engineers in Pretoria, and in our new structures now we are to recruit our own engineers so that it will be vetted by an engineer from the province before it even goes to national. Then for there it's just for approval. So we are continuously building capacity in the region, and I have said we have got all the technicians across, all allocated to all municipalities. I think I have cleared from the departmental capacity issue, and I've alluded to some issues in municipalities that they bring business plans not on time, though they submit, but they submit not on time. Of course, I forgot our internal matter with national. Sometimes we approve their IA status late, which we have made noise to our national that we used to approve IA status in the province. You delay us by centralization. So we also have our own internal challenges of centralization. Everything you send to Pretoria, they have to assess for 9 provinces, sit for DPAC for 9 provinces. It might take longer if you imagine the number of municipalities in the country and all their IA status. You still have to submit a municipality every financial year to national, and knowing that municipality is there, it won't die tomorrow. If I die working as an MM, tomorrow there will be someone acting. Therefore, the institution is not dead. We better just have renewal and decentralize it to the region so that we approve here.
IA?
Implementing agent status.
There's so many
Yeah, in one time, so many acronyms. All these projects that I have mentioned, we don't implement as a department. We use implementing agent, and it's my municipalities and Limpopo. I think Mayor Ukukwane has spoken a lot about our import, and its role is to provide bulk potable water to municipalities. And as a department, when we transferred the schemes to municipalities, we didn't transfer over 100 million schemes because we know that municipalities don't have capacity. Therefore, Water Board is running those schemes on our behalf and municipal behalf. And we are very clear that we'll never, because all the schemes that we have transferred to municipalities, they have run them down. And O&M is neglected. And I think when we were presented to the ministers of this visit, we have made recommendations on grants to ring-fence 10% of all the grants to deal with O&M matters. Even a car, you take it to a service. A person like myself, after stressful long meetings with the minister, all my directors, then they went down and consulted and rejuvenated again and came back. So all those systems, they need to be rejuvenated. They need to be operated and maintained properly. And we use our regulatory tool to tell them that, for instance, you are not compliant with the effluent standard on this dam. If you look, we have got 60 wastewater treatment works across the province. Mama Shama, 20 of them are in ICU. ICU meaning they need an intervention yesterday. They are not all ran properly, but 20 across the province of wastewater treatment works. le ba kgomo senabarwana Polokwane, we did this intervention in IRS. We are building a regional wastewater treatment works. In the past, we used to get this big smell at water matter and what. Thank you.
Thanks. Very much. Thanks, Ms. Kobe. I'm just going to please plead with you to be careful of time when you respond, so that we can also have the opportunity for other panel members to engage you. I'm now going to hand over to the provincial manager for further engagement.
Thank you, Chair. Not my first question will be, I can see that you are happy, you are also, at some stages, you are laughing. So I just want to get your feeling about the right to access to water for people in the province. Do you feel that you are doing your best as a department? Yeah, I just want to go with you because I just want us to save time so that we don't spend much time asking same questions. So do you feel that you are doing you are doing what you are supposed to do as the department?
Yes, sir.
You feel that you are doing your best?
Correct.
Then as the government? No, this is, you are employed by the government. You are an official of the government.
Correct.
So my question now, as a department, you feel that you are doing your best, regardless of what is happening on the ground. While our people are not accessing water, you feel you are doing your best. Then as the government, do you think you are doing your best? You are making our people to enjoy the right to access water in this province, as the government.
As government in general, we not, because we are not meeting the water services targets.
You are not meeting the target.
We have not yet met.
Okay. So what do you think should be your responsibility if you are also a role player in the failure of the government to meet the target?
My responsibility is limited by my mandate, as I have outlined.
So which means that there is a gap within the government. You have identified the gap.
Yes.
What did you do to address the gap? Your people, you are responsible for Limpopo. You know the gaps, you are talking about the report, technical report, this and that, all those things that you are saying. You are talking to people who are sitting at home right now. Many people are having access to this, and I've also noticed that you are using too much abbreviation, that our people are sitting, ordinary people on the street who are following this, our communities who are following this hearing, but don't even understand what you're talking about. It's like your report, your role is there, up there, and it's not even addressing what our people want. Because here we are talking about water. Yes, you push all the responsibilities to the municipality. Then, when you identify the problem, what did you do? What are you doing as a department in order to resolve the problem?
Let me be clear, Commissioner, with you. I have mentioned our mandate, which you have asked us. Policy, regulator, and support. If there is a water challenge on the ground, they always report it to the department. We have got many reports of water challenges on the ground. First step that we do, we go to the municipality with the team and assess.
Let us not give long answers. We have Mopani District Municipality that says in their report they said the delay is caused by yourself, DWS. Then you are saying that support. If your support is not producing results, if your support that you are providing to the municipality or to any institution whatsoever is not making our people to access water, how do you then tell us that you feel that you are successful?
I still, with confidence, say I'm successful. If you can be specific on what Mopani said, Mopani is always submitting business plans. Sekororo, I said Mopani didn't provide information to us of water WSTP.
So what did you do? Because we can't follow up here at the government.
I've got a limitation on the mandate. My mandate is to approve. And I have sent technician on the ground to sit with municipalities to say, please provide us with WSDP, provide us with the source, provide us with the population. And I have said they are assigned to municipalities, they work with them until they bring it this side. I believe that we are doing our best. But because we are not doing water services provision as a department, I can't bring water to the table. But municipalities through our support must be able to.
Yes, but this is what I'm saying now. If you look at the role that you are playing, I think it's crucial for the municipality to deliver water.
Correct.
And if you are saying that you are supporting, and your support is not yielding results that are expected by our communities, how do you then say to us from this province that you are doing your best? There's nothing you can do, our mandate is limited. It's like somebody who approached a local municipality that does not provide water, and that person, what is that? Can you allow me to finish? And then that person, you say to that person, it's not our responsibility to do this and this. There are people who do not see these differences that you know as a government official. Did you take that up with the relevant authority? Or there's no authority to minimize the risk of our people not getting water? You just say, no, we've done our best. The report is that we are waiting for technical reports. It's not ours. You can go wherever you want to go. It's not our responsibility. We should address the problem.
Your question is vague, Commissioner. Be specific to me. I'm not getting your question. Really.
My question is, what is that you have done? You are responsible for this province. Our people are not getting water.
What is it that I have done on what? Water service provision.
I'm saying you have mentioned what you are supposed to do is to provide support.
Correct.
Your support is not yielding good results because our people are not accessing water. Then what did you do as the department to ensure that your support is visible and yielding good results? What did you do? That's my question.
What I do, I said I don't have a backlog on all technical reports.
It's
I
not
have
about
only 2 backlogs on IRSs. Chairperson, I'm not a water service authority, and I cannot be conduct on a function that is not mine. It's not my mandate. I can't step into the toes of a municipality. They have to submit a business plan for any project. I have to approve it. But if it doesn't have all what is required, it won't come. You gave me a classical example of Mopani. Mopani is one municipality that is performing badly, I showed you. Late appointment of service providers and so forth, they are performing badly on our program. And they are submitting the reports, business plans to me come May, when the financial year starts in June. When according to my guideline, which we always have workshop every year, we workshop them every year, and they don't come at the right level. They will send a junior official to our workshop. But we keep on workshopping them. We believe as a department, we do our best.
This is my question. I understand that. So you sound like a department that has given up.
Not so.
So because my question is not what is what you have to do. My question is that when I'm providing a support to another institution, I must see to it that the support is really yielding or is producing good results. Then the challenge is that if I'm supporting you and you still do not perform, there must be measures that I must put in place to make sure that you perform, because we are responsible here. If we are failing, I'm just giving an example. I supervise the office, the Matters Commission office. When somebody does not execute his responsibility, we don't sit back and say, what can I do? I'm not an investigator. I can't investigate the cases. The matter is reported to the Human Rights Commission. I'm not an investigator. But this matter must be investigated. If the investigators sit back and say, I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to sit in my corner and cry. I'm going to take appropriate steps to make sure that our people get the service from the Human Rights Commission. Then I want to see if there's a gap where if you as a department is responsible for water and sanitation, there is no way that you can hold the municipalities that are failing, or there's no place where you can report them, including the office of the Premier or enemy or to the Minister or anyone. I just want to get that. You get my question?
On my regulator.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Because we can't sit back and say, oh, they're not performing. It's not my responsibility. Because like now, this is about water. Right? This hearing is about water. But the office of the Premier will be appearing here tomorrow. They are here playing a monitoring and evaluation role. When they heard that people from Skoro or people from Mosina, they are protesting for water, what did they do? They are not going to tell us that it's not our responsibility to provide water. They are not going to tell us that. Because you are responsible individually and collectively as a government to make sure that our people get water. So can you respond? Then you understand my question.
I understood you on my role as a department. What have I done?
No,
I will do it according to my mandate, Mr. Commissioner. And I explained my mandate as a department.
I'm just going to ask you to either keep your mic as closest to your mouth as possible, and you are free to also take off your mask when you speak, because the one next to you has a mask, so you'll be fine.
Mr. Commissioner, I said, you gave a classical example here, Mopano, is the department not approving. And I said, Mopano always submit late. And I've given how they are performing on our grants. Now, as a regulator and as a supporter, if they are not performing on our grants, we always write letters to them to say, well, do 1, 2, 3, 4 for them to do. But the way I hear a question, you are channeling the department to do water services, which is the role of a municipality. Right now, with our regulatory role, for instance, I told you about sending them notices, sending them a directive. The ultimate one, we got already 2 municipalities that were taken to court already. And that is our role because they are not performing. So we are taking them to court.
But to me,
it is a water services per se to give people water to the tap.
I think, Ms. Cole, I think now you are telling me something that I think. When you are saying that you take them to court, you are trying to force them to provide water. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So then I wanted to know from you whether you have any other avenue to make sure that these people deliver. Because yours is to make sure that people get water. And you are providing support. They are not performing. What do you do? So I wanted to know that you can take them to court to make sure that they deliver. So when you take them to court, do you have any court order more special to municipalities such as Mopani that you know that is not performing?
Not Mopani per se. Yes, there's a court order.
There's a court order because of under.
For them to attend to what they are not attending to.
It's unfortunate that we cannot have a situation where everyone, for example, the Human Rights Commission will stand there, no, we have done our part. That's all. Then the Department of Water Affairs will say, we have done our part. That's all we can do. So I believe that if it need be, things like this must be escalated to the executive authority. If it need be, if that is the situation, there's no performance at all, COPTA is going to appear here. As the Human Rights Commission, maybe we should engage with the minister, those or both ministers who are responsible for this institution. Because otherwise, to sit back and say, "Oh, we have done our part as the DSW." Your part is not just to provide support. Your support is linked to the outcome.
Our part is linked
it's linked to what the people want.
But the support has got limit in terms of a
yes, but if I give you support, I've got money in my pocket. You're not following the procedures to get money, but our people are suffering. Our department is having money. Why are you not following the procedures?
Which procedures?
I'm saying you ask the municipality, why are you making all the reports that you want so that we can give you money to spend so that our people get water? I think the mentality from Limpopo is that I will do my part. I don't care whether my part will yield a good result or not, as long as I say, in terms of my performance, this is what I want. So we need to be responsible individually and collectively. That is the only way we can improve the access to water in this province. So that is what we can do. We cannot be proud if our people are not getting water and we are saying that we have done everything we can. I'm not going to, I don't think, even if somebody is listening wherever they are sitting, no government official can say we are proud of what we are doing. As long as the people of Limpopo are not getting water, we are all failing our people of Limpopo. So another issue, you talk about the understanding. You request the results for understanding from, is that MIG? I think so. None. They didn't give the reason as to why. You mentioned some, certain municipalities. When they say none, do you follow up? It can't just be none. You gave them money. They requested money from you, you give them, they don't spend. Why?
So let me give you an example. We were being audited, né?
Yes.
And then the AG wanted documents on how they procured for Siputamas into India. And if they would have not submitted, my audit outcome would have been a disclaimer. But it took us more than a month to visit them to try to get those procurement documents. As a department, we find it very difficult because the legislation empowers us to a certain extent to support and end. So, yielding positive result, unless if you review the two acts and say immediately where there is, because we used to intervene in the past, immediately where there is a challenge, the department through a legislation, because I cannot tomorrow popota borehole anywhere without these grants. And these grants are challenged to municipality to give those people that we are saying who are failing them. Because these grants are meant to give people water. So the minister's got a power to intervene through section 63 of the system of the Municipal Water Services Act, to intervene. But it can only intervene if the municipality have declared that they cannot do, and COCTA confirm that they cannot do, then they say, minister, come and intervene. You can see it's a long process, and no municipality can come up front and say, I'm not performing. But we have seen through this grant that they are not performing.
But if there is evidence that they are not performing, why are we not?
You declare because of the tools legislation that is governing this business.
So there is a legislative
limiting us.
Okay, there's a legislative gap there. We agree. So can we make sure that if there is a process that needs to be followed to close the gap? Because what we want to do is to make sure that our people get water. If you are not empowered, the legislation does not empower you to do your best to deliver water to the people. We must do everything to make sure that the act is, the relevant act is amended. So we will take that as a gap, legislative
And if you take history, when the department was operating all these systems, there were no interruptions like this. We used to have the storeroom where we've got all the bolts and nuts and everything. But now a municipality have to buy a bolt and nuts through a service provider. We used to have our own trucks, our own storerooms, our own artisans and everyone, but we have transferred to the municipality those schemes with the staff, but the staff is being underutilized or ignored.
So now your powers, your responsibility have been trimmed. You are no longer responsible for that, and now our people are suffering.
We transferred the asset with the staff to the municipality. As I said, they ran them down, most of them. We only remained with the ones that we said no. Over 100 million scheme like Monandoni, Oliphant Sport, like Bushielo, Ebenezer, and so forth. Let them be run by a public entity, because if we run everything down, we will have a chaotic situation.
There's the municipality on the other side, like look what they said, we want to take over that, to run it ourselves. That is what they've said just now.
It will be a long engagement.
So that's why
because
I'm
the
saying,
department is clear with over 100 million scheme.
the moment we are having this kind of discussion around the sector, our people are suffering. what I will request is that I think there is a need for engagement. If you are saying that you give the municipality money and they don't spend, they don't give the reason as to why, I mean, this should be questionable. That should be questioned. But there's only one thing that I wanted to follow up with you. Some of the municipalities that we have engaged, they are saying, when you give them grants, it comes with attachment. Some of the attachment are not that they have to spend it in a certain way, but they are saying other villages are not accessing water because of the aging infrastructure. You know about that, the aging infrastructure. So when they are not accessing water, it's because, well, they are not using this money because you find that the money is allocated to them to do certain things. Then I ask this question. If you know that the problem is the aging infrastructure, then why are you not requesting from the department to give you the grant to deal with the aging infrastructure? Then I want to ask this question to you. Do you have a provision that the municipality cannot request a grant to address the issue of aging infrastructure?
Thank you, sir. I said our program, our guidelines on the research, especially I said, is for intervention. Actually, we are over supporting them because we didn't give money to maybe refurbish or upgrade an infrastructure which they were supposed to budget money from their own budget, operate and maintain, which they neglect. And come and blame the department with our grants.
This is just a last question.
Grants condition.
I just want to know from you. If you go to Kayando, I think Lokaneta, not Kayando, municipality, they are also complaining about the aging infrastructure and all those things. That is why people in places such as Omakwarela, they are not getting water. They are saying it's the aging infrastructure. But the question from us is that because the government, the department also have a grant that they can give you. Then we ask them, why are they not applying that grant to deal with the aging infrastructure? Because otherwise, if we don't, then I want to find it from you. Do you have a provision, or do you support them when they want to improve their aging infrastructure? Is there any grant that can be given to municipalities so that when they are saying that your grant, yes, they don't spend because it comes with to a specific, you will say they must go and do specific things, which is right. It's okay. We don't have any problem with that. But do you have a provision for aging infrastructure that they can request from you and say, we want 100 million, we want 300 million to deal with the aging infrastructure?
So I've said, which is WSIG, we said with that grant, we allow them to refurbish and upgrade. And that is dealing with the aging infrastructure. I don't even understand why they blame us. Because they must also budget from their side. They had so much grant, they've got the dependency. In the department of which we are dishing too much of these grants. We allow them to refurbish. As I said, when I was presenting, I said, like where we are taking them to court, there's a directive, we are going to give a condition on WSIG to say allocate money to upgrade or refurbish this wastewater treatment this financial year on this budget. Otherwise, when we used to not to do that, they will channel it somewhere else.
Commissioner, let me just stop here. I think the best way, I'm going to call a meeting with yourself and some of the municipalities that we have engaged with them so that we resolve this problem. Because to me, just ringing them, we can't leave it this way because it's clear that they are blaming you, you are blaming them, you are saying that they have what is syndrome? I forgot.
Dependency. I was here when they were blaming us. And I have explained exactly what they did. They implemented without approval, which is wrong and is irregular.
So,
but I will appreciate if you are called in one session, dedicated one. But sir, I will also appreciate that. Can you also send us all the questions so that we prepare thoroughly before we come here?
No, the question is this one, that who should be blamed for not providing water? You are available. The issue here is that they are blaming.
they're not submitting the report. Yesterday, for your information, we questioned the mayor of Mopani. In his report, he indicated that he submitted the report to you and you are delayed. Then when we dig deeper, it comes out that the report is not even submitted to you. So we are not just religiously accepting what they are saying. We are also digging this further, because the blaming game is not going to assist our people. So you must not feel like we're just saying this out of the blue. We are trying to dig, yeah. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
For the sake of information, Ms. Kobe, were you given the opportunity to see our engagement virtually with the Mopane delegation, the district mayor of Mopane? You didn't see that engagement? It's on YouTube. We would encourage you to please see that engagement. It will be very useful for you. Before I put to you my questions and comments, I'd like to give the opportunity to Ms. Mashaba. We haven't heard from her. Just to give us her reflections of this engagement.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think I'm covered with what has been said up to so far between Dr. Kata and Mr. Magidu in terms of the questions and the comments. And I'm happy that there will be a session where the department will be meeting with WSAs, and then we will prepare enough in terms of even the dates to say what has been submitted when. What has been submitted when? How long did it take? When was it returned back? Then came back, then returned back, and then from there, what our provincial head has indicated to say, now I've dispatched staff to assist so that we come with a report that is really accessible. I think that will prepare, and then we make sure that even in terms of whatever engagement we had before, we listen to them, prepare for it. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kata wants to ask you a question. Let me give her the opportunity before I follow up with you.
It's just a quick one. Is that information available to submit to us for consideration in our current report as well? Maybe within 7 days? 14?
The provincial confirms 14 days. 14 days.
Okay. In my capacity as the chairperson, I'm going to ask that it be 10 days. 14 days is way too long. So could you please provide the information in 10 days? Ms. Mashaba, could you let us know how long you've been in your position and what exactly is your responsibility in your position?
Thank you. Since 2014, I've been appointed as a Director, Regulation, Compliance and Enforcement. That is 2014. But with the department, I'm having 33 years experience.
33 years, that's a lifetime. The last engagement between the provincial manager and Ms. Kobe, there's a reference particularly to you and your experience and your position. From your experience, as the one responsible for compliance, where are the gaps and what do we need? What tools and resources do we need to close those gaps? You have a wealth of experience, you've seen all kinds of scenarios. And I'm going to ask you to draw from your creative place. You don't have to stick within the boundaries of legislation that is currently in place. Feel free to let us know what you think are the solutions, even if the laws that are currently in place don't necessarily allow it now, but still do inform us from your perspective what you believe could be some of the resources and tools needed to assist.
Okay, thank you very much. Based on what I've experienced, I think there's been disintegrated planning. The department will plan for the resource, and municipalities will not even plan for ensuring the basic services to communities. And I think it is time now that we plan in terms of we have this resource, and then we have this park, as she has been indicating that how many park projects are we building, and from that park, then we plan, municipalities should plan in terms of the reticulation, and timelessly so. We need to come up with that. And at the same time, I think we need to come up with also a water master plan. As a province, as WSAs, that is also will be aligning to all this. Then we prioritize on that water master plan to say what comes first, so that our people can have access to water. And currently we only have the national water master plan. And then okay, since the minister came, the province through the Premier's office, they have requested support for the provincial water master plan. Then I think that it has to go down, or it has to start from the municipalities to come with their water master plan, then prioritize what needs to be done when, so that people can have access to water and sanitation. I think that's what I can indicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. We appreciate that. Now back to you, Ms. Kobe. Could you let us know how long you've been with the department, and in addition, how long you've been in your position as the head of the department?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm 18 years with DWS and 32 years in government. And then 18 years with DWS. Then I was a provincial head since 2015. She's got more experience than me.
Following that, both of you, you are the first delegation presenters that is constituted of 100% women. We haven't had that since we began on Tuesday. It's either 100% men, or then maybe one man and one woman. With the wealth of experience that you have, Ms. Mashaba, you have spoken to the gaps and you've identified the gaps. Now I'm interested, Ms. Kobe, in your experience as the head of department. We cannot avoid the reality that we are living in a highly patriarchal society, where men still feel entitled to dominate women and to undermine the authority of women. Now you are working in an environment itself that is highly patriarchal. The municipal managers, the MMs, most of them are men. What, in your experience, has been the contribution of these patriarchal ways of thinking in the ways that you are able to do your work?
Thank you, Commissioner. You got it right. The sector is male.
Please speak to the microphone.
The sector is male dominated, and you find that the municipalities mostly MMs are men and mayors are men, and I have to engage them at all both levels. But I must be honest with you that being in that patriarchal situation, I have never found a situation where I arrange a meeting with an executive mayor who is a man and an MM is a man, and they undermine the request that I have made. I have a very good relationship with all the executive authorities ranging from MPCs, premier and mayors and which are many. I can give you a classical example that we had a session with National, and the Limpopo was rated low on the performance on the grants, and we learned from the experience in Mpumalanga that they involved executive mayors to these programs to be high on their radar screen, and I called a session, a week session with all the municipalities, and I invited a mayor and MMC, PMU, CFO, and they all attended with all those teams led by a mayor, and I made it clear that you are making me to underperform in the province. I can give you an example of Mopani, where the mayor said he will put it on his respond kind of committee. From now going forward, they were not taking it serious from the departmental side, but they now realize that for us to pump more money to them, they must perform, and they are under the very same mayor of Mupani. And all mayors led the delegation on my week session. Even Polokwan that I have is Polokwan that the mayor didn't come and they only delegated the technical staff, but the rest they came with their mayors. And across 9 provinces and nations. And the status quo still remain, but they committed to resolve the matters. And some, I liked the approach of the minister's visit. He said, Lucy, think proper on how best you want these mayors to present to me. Then I said, one slide, what are your challenges? Second slide, what have you done? Third slide, what do you want the minister to do? And they made such, and we assisted them in those presentations. They are now with the minister, where we need to change a policy, and we will engage with the minister. But I think with the session that you are proposing with the municipalities, that's when we will take a decision, and maybe I write a submission or through the premier to the minister that we had a session with Human Rights Commission. A concern is that we are doing everything at our disposition, but still it doesn't translate to service delivery. And they're worried about it, and we said policies, laws are an impediment. Can we somehow interface properly with each other and assist each other as a sphere of government, local and national, to be able to give these people water? Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Ms. Kobe. That is a very helpful response. It kind of helps us to understand the context within which you are working. Now, moving to your direct presentation, on page 3, you alluded to issues of access to water. I'd like to get an understanding from you what constitutes, according to you, a reliable water supply. And this needs to be made explicit by you, because our experience has been that sometimes you find officials will indicate that there is a reliable water supply when that water only goes to communities once a week, for example. And they say just because there is some kind of supply, it's reliable. So could you make explicit for us what you mean by reliable water supply on page 3?
Thank you very much. Reliable water supply is when communities are getting water 24/7. That is a reliable water supply. But once we say access to pipe, it means there's a pipe, but people don't get water reliably, which is 24/7. And this is attributed to a number of factors. One of them, aging of infrastructure. 2, neglected O&M. 3, illegal connections. 4, not doing water conservation and demand management. Many factors attributed to having a pipe, but not reliable water supply 24/7. When I open the tap, anytime, the water must flow. If not, it's not reliable. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kobe. That's okay. I understand you're working in a patriarchal environment, so it can also bring over to you. No, we understand. I'd also like to get an indication from you what criteria you use to determine which municipality to take to court. You say that you have 2 court orders, but it was not clear what criteria you are using. And this is an important question, particularly in light of the number of challenges you have across many municipalities. So it's very, very important for you to clarify the criteria you use.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me ask the Director of Regulation to just clarify it in full.
Thank you very much. Where we take municipalities to court, first we'll start with the notice, and we'll expect the municipality to respond to that notice. Obviously, maybe through an action plan where they will put up dates when will they address the non-compliance. And if they continue not to implement the action plan, then we'll put up a directive, give it to them. They are also expected to make a representation to that directive. And all what I'm saying is in terms of the National Water Act, not in terms of the Water Services Act. In terms of this access, I'll differentiate that. And from there, all organs of state, in terms of the intergovernmental relations, they are saying we need to discuss first, and then from there, if we are not agreeing or there are no means of correcting, then we can take them to court. Then that's what we do, then we'll take them to court. And mainly on this one is more on the pollution incidents, on the wastewater treatment works and the pollution incidents that we come across. And again, we'll also take them to court. I'll give an example in terms of Limpopo. We have intervened through WSIG. They didn't utilize the allocation correctly. They appointed service providers that really were not competent, and they delayed the process. Then we'll take them to court. And then in terms of the Water Services Act, there is no, say, the punitive straight way of saying we can take municipalities to court in terms of access to basic water supply. What would require is what you're saying, we need to elevate it up, and the minister will have to intervene, not us. And at an operational level, that's when even the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, as an intervention, will assist them to ensure that they refurbish, they extend the reticulation, or they refurbish, they develop a source, they upgrade whatever they can upgrade. Yes, and then if that is not happening, already she has answered that she called a meeting with executive mayors. That's what she has done up to now. And then if that is failing, then we'll request the minister's intervention. And then already there's an intervention from Mutse, I think she has presented, Mutse ministerial intervention, where there was nothing being done, and then minister gave us a separate allocation to assist people of Mutse.
To that side?
Yeah, in Mutse, except the Mutse bulk water projects.
So are we to assume then that since you've taken 2 municipalities to court, the others have complied, if you are saying that it is on the basis of non-compliance that you take the further steps towards litigation?
No, they haven't. I'll just give again in terms of Bulukwan.
Yes.
We gave them a directive, and then they applied to upgrade the regional water treatment works. You understand?
Yeah,
And then now we are targeting that, but at the same time we want to check whether they are not polluting the resource. They need to try by all means not to. But if they fail and they are not meeting the target of completing that project, we are going to take them to court.
But can I just,
for water provision. Wastewater is actually different under the water act. They put the directive on that, not for water provision.
I'm sorry about that, Ms. Mashaba. Dr. Carter would like to engage you on this further. So Dr. Carter, let me give you the opportunity to engage directly, Ms. Mashaba.
Just to clarify, the court matters, it relates to sewage and pollution. Okay. Not necessarily as water service providers in providing water to taps. So where people do not get water to taps, reliable water sources, what is your remedy there? Is it only escalation politically?
Thank you very much. In terms of remember, in terms of access to basic water, it's within the Water Services Act, not in the National Water Act. And then the Water Services Act, it's not clear in terms of the process that needs to happen. To say we need to take them to court, and no, it's not there. Yeah. That's the gap that we have realized. It's only that there should be intervention.
This is the legislative gap that you've identified.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you, Ms. Kobe, to provide a submission to the Commission that clearly makes a case for this legislative gap. As the Commission, we are interested then in participating in this discourse towards that. I think concludes the questions that I wanted to raise with you, Ms. Kobe, as well as Ms. Mashaba. I'm going to then check again with the Provincial Manager and Dr. Carter if they have any follow-up and have a discussion in one room to close, to identify firstly where the gaps are and then to move towards closing them. I'm just going to give you 2 minutes each to make any closing remarks that you may have. I'll start with you, Ms. Mashaba, and then move to you, Ms. Kobe.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given, and we are hoping that going forward we will be able to clarify further our role and mandate, and obviously maybe try to see where are the gaps in the cooperative governance spirit so that we can bring change and ensure that our community has access to it.
Thanks, Ms. Mashaba. Ms. Kobe, with your closing remarks, could I request that you identify further any other opportunities that you might see or foresee that there may be in any possible collaborations or partnerships between your department and the Human Rights Commission, in addition to what we've identified? Are there any other gaps or opportunities that you might want to explicitly state?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me first appreciate the leadership and the guidance that you. Let me appreciate the leadership and the guidance that you have provided to us, and I want to appreciate the nature of the questions. Were very challenging, and it really will make us better going forward, and also as an eye-opener for us as a sector leader to go back and look at ourselves and look at how best can we support the municipalities to an extent that it will translate to a service delivery to a layman on the ground, rather than using our semantics and jargons as we present and people don't understand this. I think the sector needs to go do more than what we're doing in terms of IGI. And I would appreciate a commissioner that going forward, let's forge this partnership, myself and the head in the province. If it's possible, he become, or his team become a member of my top management, and they come and continue to challenge us, so that when we go to the sector and recommend to the minister to change certain legislation in the value chain, to work a seamless process to give these people water, let it be. And I think I'm looking forward to forge a very formidable relationship with the team here, Human Rights Commission, in the province as a department, so that it will make us better as a sector leader. Maybe we are too much confined to our role, rather than as a sector leader, lead this sector and where possible, recommend for a legislative change to have a seamless process in the village. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kobe. We certainly appreciate your attitude and your commitment. And it has to be emphasized, the wealth of experience that you both have together will go a long way in assisting the process of working towards change. The provincial manager will certainly work closely with you in moving forward with regards to the issues that have been identified today. It is heartbreaking and devastating to hear of the amounts of money that have to be returned back to you because they were not used because of a lack of skills, a lack of commitment, and just a lack of visionary leadership. So we are hoping that the partnerships that we forge together will lead to, in future, no money being returned to you and more water being delivered to communities. With that, I'm also going to ask you if you may please send to the provincial manager the document that you read from that listed the various municipalities and the amounts of monies that they were returned. I'm assuming that for this financial year, if you could maybe give us, if you have the same document for the last 3 years, just so that we can track the trajectory of their performance over years. So that then, Ms. Kobe and Ms. Mashaba, concludes our engagements for today. Thank you very much once again. The time is now 12:18 and you're officially released. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mekobe, Neme Mashaba. Thank you very much, Commissioner. May I then request you to take a 5 minutes leg stretch before we start with the Waterberg District Municipality. Just a quick leg stretch. Thank you very much. Let's go out and get the fresh air.
I'm sorry.
Instead of looking at what is that we can change, I'm telling you, we are going to go through each and every KPA. Oh God, KPI.
You tell me I don't like that, but for the first time in my life, I'm taking a work plan. We're taking the work plan now. Remember you told me you used to basic house so that we can once and for all settle whether it is okay with the advisor. I'm doing admin.
Yeah, you're doing admin normally.
Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Rapporteur.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Will your delegation also be contributing this afternoon?
Yes, our manager infrastructure.
I will have to administer both of you in that case. Could I ask you to please stand next to Mr. Raputwa? Could you both kindly indicate your full names, positions, and institutions for the record, please?
Good afternoon once more, Commissioner and other commissioners and everyone. My name is Raputwa Precious, the Municipal Manager of Waterberg District Municipality. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Protocol accept. My name is Gastina Adala. I'm Manager Infrastructure, Waterberg District Municipality.
Thank you both. Do either of you have any objections to taking the oath this afternoon? No?
No. No.
In that case, kindly raise your right hands. Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are duly administered. Ma'am, you may take your seat. Mr. Raputwa, the time is now 12:37. According to my watch, you will have 25 minutes to offer your presentation, and thereafter the panel will engage you. Over to you.
Thank you very much once more, Commissioner. I'll just take about 5 minutes on the preamble, which actually, in essence, is more like a summary of what then Ms. Matala will then take the Commission through. When you look at Waterberg, it's actually a water, in Afrikaans name, Waterberg, meaning the mountains of water. And ideally, when you hear that, you think that there will be a lot of water, naturally so, and therefore you are likely to have less concerns with regard to access or provision to the residents within space. But that is not necessarily the case. And all of us, we are aware. Now, as Waterberg district, obviously within us, we have a family of 5 local municipalities, and we are one of the 5 districts in the province. Now, out of the 5 districts in the province, Waterberg is the only one that is not a water service authority, and it's our LMs who are performing that function of water service authority. Now, what we do it is not necessarily support, because support then is normally would be done by, I think, as was indicated by the department. It's more of coordination within the IGR aspects, where we create a platform for a sharing of best practices amongst the family of municipalities in the district in terms of addressing some of the challenges we are confronted with. And of course, this normally comes with challenges, because when you deal with, you normally have those subtle tough challenges, whereby the water service authorities sometimes will be of the view that they actually are accountable to the regulator, if I may put it that way. And therefore, you as a district, you may not necessarily, if at the moment you come, it's more like you are encroaching into their space. So what we have done is also to engage, to initiate discussions with the Minister of Water, to say perhaps maybe let's explore an option where the district is given the function of a bulk, so that we also close the gap that might be there. But directly in terms of the functions, therefore, what we perform in relation to water is the municipal health services function, under which there are about 9 services one of those services is the water quality monitoring. Now, of course, this is one of those functions that are classified as an unfunded mandate in our space, purely because since 2003, when it was involved from the Department of Health, provincial and municipalities, at that time, the contribution, there were funding that actually was going with it. But when it was brought to us as a district, they said, no, we are giving you 12 rand per person per year for you to be able to perform this function, which, if you look at the population of Waterberg, we are around 970 or so. That will make around, if you round it off, it's about 10 million a year that you get for performance of that function. Now, the expectation is that all must perform all the 8 or the 9 services within this function with those resources and employ the expertise or the skills that then we will be able to use to do all those. You also have the disposal of the burial under that function, where most of our resources actually were recently stretched, as a consequence of the pandemic, and therefore the focus on other services had to be quite minimal. As part of our coordination, we have also quite a number of IGR structures that we've put in place. Like for example, where we bring all the water service authorities together with the department and Costa as well, where they would normally be dealing with what are the challenges related to water and so forth, and any other incidental concerns. And you may find that the municipalities are doing quite well as far as those are concerned. Therefore, we encourage the other municipalities to actually take lessons from those that are doing well in those ones. But one of the challenges as a district, you'll find that
intervention as a district, we are not able to go through to the mines to get some assistance in terms of the master planning, because for you to work as an institution, you need a government institution, you need a sector plan, which is a master plan. That's because you are not a water service authority. You cannot say to us, work with no paper, work with no direction, because you are not a water service authority. However, at the end of the day, you are expected to assist that municipality. Investment in capital regional bulk water infrastructure. I'm not sure if we are working in silos, but something that is working in progress through the DDM, because when we speak of the regional bulk, we need to speak of quantity. I've indicated in another slide how much of quantity we need as a district. So if we work together and all our plans are to address such in the long run, I believe that we will resolve all the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Could I ask the municipal manager to please also sit next to you? Thank you very much. Mr. Rahutswa, we shall now engage you on your presentation. I will begin with Dr. Kata and move to my right to the provincial manager. Over to you, Dr. Kata.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, MM. I think what I picked up from your presentation is that there's quite a bit of a frustration in not being a water services authority, and where your local municipalities have that mandate, but from an oversight position, you can clearly see they are not fulfilling that mandate in terms of their authority and in terms of their act. So my question, let's start with the first one, is what role can the district play in monitoring whether the water service authorities falling under your district are meeting their responsibilities in terms of the Act? And in answering that question, what mechanisms of response or what performance management processes do you have at your disposal to correct a lack of implementation of the duties of these local municipalities? In answering that specifically, are you able and do you have access to the information from the Department of Water and Sanitation of the grant monitoring and the expenditure that is undertaken by your local municipalities? To be more specific, it would be the Water Services Infrastructure Grant. Do you know how much money your locals have been provided, and are you able to track their progress? My last question is more of maybe an appeal. Where you do see that there is a dire need and your local municipality as a water service authority is failing. I noted you made mention of water tankers. Are those water tankers in the possession of your municipality as a district, or did you refer to water tankers in the possession of your locals? And if these water tankers are within your possession, are you able to assist the community where the Human Rights Commission can tell you now that in Khamushi, people do not have water? They have made this known to the local municipality. It has been weeks where Eskom has not repaired the transformer required for the pump station. It has been weeks, years, where the borehole has not been made operational despite the community having their own, buying their own equipment. So my question to you on that is, if you have the water tankering services, we know you're not a water service authority, but are you allowed to come in on an emergency basis and assist the community of Khamushi? I think it's Mogalakwena, under Mogalakwena municipality. They appeared before us yesterday, 2 days ago, where they pleaded with the Commission for assistance. We visited their community. I was there. And the local municipality, it seems, has been, I'm not even going to say unable, because surely they are able because they're a water service authority, but they haven't assisted. Now, as Waterberg, as the overseeing district, are you able to assist this community? And possibly in the future, if there is a community that needs emergency assistance, is it something that you can consider, or does your lack of authority in terms of the Water Services Act prevent you to do so? I would argue no, because we can argue disaster management from another avenue. So if we can have a bit of a discussion on that, for now, that would be my questions and comments to you.
Let me hand over to you, Municipal Manager.
No, thank you very much, Commissioner and Takata, for the question. Maybe, yes, it may appear that we are frustrated, but in true sense of things, we're not necessarily frustrated. I think that is the reality that is there. But the question is, how do we navigate?
Municipal Manager? I'm going to ask you to please speak to your microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
The question...
You can take off your mask so that it's better.
Okay. The question, I think, is more about how do we navigate amidst the fact that we are not the water service authority. That is why earlier on I tried to do that distinction between support and coordination. Because the support, that's what, for example, the regulator, amongst other things, they will say they are doing, the department, I think they are related to that. And therefore, we need to be able to say, so that we're not going to, also find ourselves contesting for the space, in terms of how do we come in relation to municipalities. And therefore, it's more of coordination of the effort within the district. Hence, we started engagement with the department to say, let's explore an alternative whereby the district will be designated as a water service provider, where we're going to focus more on the bulk other than, of course, taking the reticulation or the municipal bulk aspect. And in that case, it will begin to then afford us that opportunity to play a more meaningful and significant role in as far as how do we engage with the water service authorities. Also, I think in relation to the last question as well, now you will be able to also to sort of like bring more tools of trade for you to be able to perform that function. That, like, I think Dr. talk about the water tankers and so forth. Then you can be able to have that when you are actually designated to perform that function. But from accounting point of view, you cannot procure facilities or assets for a function that is not actually yours. Because obviously, when your auditors, when they come, they say, but guys, you are, you'll categorize it as another form of expenditure out of what you're actually supposed to do. But besides the auditors, I think it's more of also the availability of resources. For example, let's say Waterberg was endowed with the resources as a consequence of the functions that they are performing. There and there, when a need arises, it should be able to say, no, we can maybe support this municipality by buying a water tanker or sort of like sourcing and that kind of a service. Unfortunately, as a consequence, that's why we highlighted that aspect of unfunded mandates in terms of the municipal health and disaster as well, which actually would mean that the district has to sort of like counter, sort of like fund those functions because of which then actually limit its capability to even try to go extra mile if there may be any need and so forth. But what we do as a district, which also then begin also to respond to the question 2 partly. During the intergovernmental forums that we have, where we bring all the water service authorities, we bring water and water affairs, we bring Costa. We also bring other partners that we think they can begin to assist municipalities. And it is also in that platform whereby also information is actually shared in terms of where are the challenges and all those other things, and other municipalities are able to say, but this is how we have solved this. Or the department might say, in municipality X, Y, Z in another district, this is what actually they have done. We can even link you with them to come and assist you with that. So it's purely for that purpose, those type of structures. In terms of access, access to information with regards to the expenditure, with regards to the allocated grants like WISIG and MIG, we specifically have a forum that which is MIG forum. Again, it's more on coordination and the oversight, as it was said, then to be able to say that guys, municipality XYZ is doing quite well. Tell us, tell your colleagues, what are you doing so that they can then take those lessons and go and implement. So that type of information is actually then shared amongst. But we don't only end there as a district. We have very good relationships with private sector within the district, to a point whereby they have, even from some of the big companies within the district, they have gone to an extent of identifying technical kind of support that they can give to municipalities to build capabilities, where we said we want to build a capable workforce within the municipality. For example, where you can see all our directors in infrastructure or technical services, we have I've covered almost all the questions. Unless if there's anything you want to say that I might have left out. Thanks.
Thanks, MM. I'll now hand over to the provincial manager for further engagement.
Thank you, Chair. MM, I think I'm not sure whether I'm really satisfied with the answer you provided to Dr. Carter. The challenge here, yes, we even here in your presentation, there are challenges that you have identified. But as the Matters Commission, we want to know, when you are saying that, yes, we understand that you coordinate those municipalities and you sit down, that is some of the role that you play as the district municipality, the coordination and all of it. But the challenge here is that as the overseer of these municipalities, when there's a crisis like at Hamosh, under Muhalakwen, what do? You just leave it, or it end up in just coordinating? Or when you are saying, because another thing that the challenge that we are facing in most government departments, we even have the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation. But what happened after that? Because the reports are coming, report after report, coordination after coordination, meeting after meeting, but people are not getting water. So what we want to know is that, is your support just end up in meeting and identifying the problems, like what happened here, inadequate regional bulk water supply, lack of identification and planning for alternative water sources supply, all the things that you have mentioned here. What do you do when you identify this problem? Do you have any legislative powers to hold them accountable? Because you can't just identify and say, we have done our job, we have identified. Identification does not take water to the people. Identification should be followed by action. What do you do as the municipality? Yes, your community does not have water. Then when you say, okay, we know what the problem is, or the municipality, local municipality have informed you as to what the problems are, then what do you do as the district? I'm asking this question because I think the issue of water, where there's protest in communities, you will agree with me that the main cause of this protest is the water access to water. And there's so many people who have been commenting, talking about the spheres of government, and others saying that we don't even know what the district municipality do. Why don't we do away with the district municipality if they are not doing anything? Because now, this is the major issue in Limpopo. People are not accessing water. Water-based municipality, what do? You just leave them as they are. How do you make sure that your role is also benefiting the people of Waterberg? So I just want to know from your side, what do you do as the district municipality?
No, thank you very much. Maybe just to re-emphasize on, I think when I was responding to the first question, to say we have not necessarily ended there. I think that the question when I was first asked was to say we appear to be frustrated, which is obviously a fair observation. But we do not necessarily end there. In terms of the kind of forums that we call, and they don't only there being meetings, because we are quite aware of the fact that meetings on their own means absolutely nothing. But what matters, what is important is the type of people that we bring there in terms of their responsibilities. That means that's where now our coordination role that we perform as a district. For example, we will know if this matter is going to be addressed, let's say in the issue of Hamosh, the Department of Water Affairs will be in that space. Hawkster will be in that space. Then we are able to say, but here's the matter, colleagues. What is it that within your responsibilities you're going to be doing? Because the municipality has indicated that they are unable to deal with this matter. And therefore, how are you going to come in? Because if you look as a district, in terms of this function, the role that we can play is basically over and above coordination. Is that of planning, integrated planning within the district, to plan for your wall infrastructure to enable provision of the services. That which is what she touched on in terms of saying we are working on your integrated water master plan and so forth.
Just to interject a second, you are saying that one of the support that you provide is planning. But you, in your challenges here, you said that it's lack of planning. So it means that you are failing to plan, if that is your responsibility.
Well, that's the wrong interpretation of it. Because planning in this sense, remember, integrated planning, that's why I said integrated planning. Still, water service authorities will plan for the but as a district, must then be able to integrate all those services from the planning point of view, what they are depending. For example, that's why I said earlier on when maybe we conclude our touch it from the point of district development model to say, as government in totality, how do we want to actually make, for example, when you are at national, you are saying in Halapo in this particular area, this is the level of water services, and the picture must be the same to someone who is in that municipality. You know, not a situation where someone they will say, no, but the minister or president, what you are saying is not actually accurate, because on the ground, this is the picture you see. So, our planning, that's within the context of UGM, that's what they must actually do, whereby, for example, she touched on the issue of your asbestos pipes, which is has been one of the contributing factors to the quality of water. And we are saying, for example, how can those, to replace those ones, for example, let's say in one municipality, let's say the Pana, that can take billions of rands. But then within the planning context, they're able to say, in the Pana, in Mukhalakwena, in Belabela, in Tabazimbe, if we are going to do this, in a short, medium term, and a longer term, how is it going to cost us? And who are the players that can actually now begin to pull to be able to assist us into that? So it is that type of role that we play. But also to come to your question, to emphasize with our direct function, where it is brought to our attention as a district. For example, let's say in the area that is mentioned, the issue was the quality of water. We will be able to say, let us set our investigators from the municipal health function to go and test, and from there we are able to then make recommendations to the relevant places to say, this is the quality of water, and this is how we think it must actually be treated to take it to a level where it's actually consumed by the communities.
Yeah, I understand, but I wanted to know from you, it's not about the quality of water. It's also, there's no water. The reason why we're talking about the quality is that because those people are now drinking water with animals. They don't have water at all. So I wanted to know from your level, these people have been trying to engage with the local municipality. They even went to an extent of buying their own equipment to fix the borehole. That is how disparate these people are right now. But your municipality, the municipality that is under you, when I say your, I mean the one that is under you, is refusing these people to use their own equipment to fix the borehole. In the meantime, they don't want to go and fix those boreholes. So what should happen here? Because they are trying, they are going extra miles to make sure that their problem is solved. But the municipality that is responsible is refusing them to do that, and they are also not resolving the problem. So what are we waiting for? We are waiting for these people to be frustrated, ban schools, clinics, damage roads, infrastructure,
and then we'll incur more costs, because when they are engaging us on the table, we seem not to be listening to them. So don't you think that it's important that your municipality in the situation like that intervene and get the problem solved?
Look, our intervention, unfortunately, will be within our scope of operation. That is why every time when we are brought into a situation like that, we'll always activate, in this instance, Hofstra, and as well as the Department of Water and Sanitation. Because in terms of their responsibilities, then they will know what actually to do. But with us, in terms of the exact doing of intervention, in terms of actual, say we're going to send, I think as Dr. Akato was saying, send trucks and all those, we are not resourced to be able to do that, both legislatively and even in terms of funding.
Say, the issue is not about you sending resources, and we invited you deliberately, knowing that you don't have the resources to do that. But your role to oversee these municipalities. If let's say, for example, these people are saying that we have A, B, and C, and you said to coordinate these municipalities. What do you discuss in those coordination? When you meet with them, what is the discussion then? Because if the discussion is not about resolving issues like that one, what is that you discuss? Are the people benefiting out of those coordination that you are coordinating? If you are unable to, this is the issue that we are raising as the Human Rights Commission right now. Those people do not have water. And they are now getting impatient. Can't we address the issue before? I understand, Mukhalakona municipality will also be here. We are going to pose those questions to them, but I'm saying to you as the Waterberg municipality, because it's like you are saying to us, no, even if people are feeling pain, as long as this is not within our competencies, we are not going to address it. It will be left there, they will deal with it. But, well, I mean, from your own observation, is that how we should really deal with these issues? Or we should, let's say for example, you want to talk to, you want to access our head office, but I'm sitting here in the province. And you come to me, Victor, I've been writing to the commission head office, but I'm not getting joy. I'm trying to get hold of Sorensen at the head office. The first thing that I'll say, oh wait, let me try to get hold of that person. I will revert back to you. I will make sure that I know that is not my competence, but I will make sure that I link you with the relevant people within the commission to make sure that your problem is resolved. But if I say, no, this is the provincial office, we don't give instruction to the head office, try, just keep on trying. Don't you think that there's a gap there that needs to be closed by us?
No, thanks, provincial manager. But I think you want to push us into now saying we will do this, because what we are saying here, remember we've taken oath here. We are telling you what we are doing. And I think you're also misquoting us, because we have not said, we just said, and we said we mobilize those that we think, given the responsibility, they will be able to assist those municipalities. For example, we made an example that where the mine came to complain to us, because they failed to get joy from the municipality. So they said, guys, for the past 6 years, we have actually been applying to have a line actually moving into this area, and we're not getting joy in the municipality. Immediately we activated Hofstra, who then activated Department of Water Affairs, and then they started, that matter is actually now being resolved. So that's the type of role that we will do. And unfortunately, even when you go to the legislation in terms of, it will tell you the district plays a coordination role. But we have chosen deliberately not to look at coordination as just a superfluous kind of an activity. To say what are the particular activities that we are going to do. You see, for example, the question you are saying, when people sit in these forums, what are they discussing? When we come there, for example, her team, they would have actually met across the district and say, these are the type of issues that we're actually picking up. We become proactive as well. Over and above that, because we know sometimes people will come to the meeting and present a very good picture, when the picture is not as good as it is, you see. Because we have a lot of stakeholders who also bring this information, say, hey man, we have this concerns in this area. So when we are in these meetings, we say, no, but there are also these concerns that are brought by the business community, or are brought by civil society, or are brought by the direct members of the community. What are we saying about these ones? Then they will raise what are they doing as a local municipality? And the department is there, will be able to say, no, we think this is how you can actually go about it. So that's up to that point that we try to go in terms of resolving that. But in terms of directly, going to if it was practically possible and we're empowered by the legislation, I don't see anything wrong for us to do this.
Can I?
Just to follow up to that, sir, I think what we are hearing a lot as well is what you can't do, the parameters of what you can do, and not necessarily the opportunities that are there, the creativeness around what we need to do in order to make sure that the people on the ground are in fact being serviced by the municipalities we have oversight over. When you indicated that you play a coordination role and you actually have a lot of good relationships with the private sector as well. Is this not an opportunity for you then to coordinate and put in movement the private sector that you say that you have very good relationships with? Is it not an opportunity to say, colleagues, partners, we have a crisis here, there's been no response here, it has been elevated to our attention. Are you able to assist? Instead of saying, but we can't, and the parameters are keeping us in here and here. Is this not an emergency service where you are mandated to act? Is this not a disaster management service where you can define a situation to allow intervention? Because at this stage, for me, it feels like we are making sure we don't overstep, to not offend our other colleagues, whilst our people on the ground are thirsty and they are being neglected. And we are making sure that our stakeholder relationships with our fellow municipalities are rather just kept intact. We are too afraid to overstep than actually step into the space and address the challenges. I'm not saying you are miraculously now empowered by legislation. What I'm asking you, sir, is to look at the legislation and look for the opportunity. Look at your stakeholder relationships and look for the opportunity. Not to infringe on anyone's mandate, but in fact to use what you have in a creative and a progressive way. Because Mr. Mabidula has indicated meeting after meeting, oversight after oversight, coordinate. We have monitoring and evaluation departments, we have reports, and then Khamushi community comes to us to say, we have even sourced from our own community members, who 90% of them are reliant on government grants to buy from their 460 Rand child support grant and to contribute from that grant to an 18,000 Rand borehole equipment. They came together to contribute from that little money. So surely we can come together and see where we can assist. We can also be challenged a bit to see whether, if the Human Rights Commission alerts us today, is it possible for us to alert our mechanisms, whichever is available for us, to go and assist in the meantime? So I don't think that's a question even, sir. That is a challenge. And even your answer, if you're going to give me an answer to say that I am not mandated, I don't want to hear that, and I apologize for sounding confrontational on that. But that's not going to satisfy us here. We are you have a duty in terms of the Constitution, not to tell us what you can't do, but you are here today to tell us, you know what, this is what I can do, and this is what I can commit to. I can go back and see, is there an escalation process that I can report back before 5 o'clock this afternoon? Is there a private sector that can assist with water provision for a week's time to see whether my water service authority can then come up with an interim plan?
We need you to come up with those suggestions. Not just throwing your hands in the air to say, guys, sorry, and I respect that, sir. I understand that. But the time for that is klar. Thank you.
Can I just make one?
Before you come in, Provincial Manager, I'd like to give you the opportunity to please respond to that. Just your own reflections. What's coming up for you as you hear that?
No, thank you very much, Chair. Look, maybe it's how we package our response. In fact, in our approach, colleagues will tell you we try by all means to be solutionary in our, even when the reason we took most of our managers on a technical support funded by one of our companies was to try and embrace solutionary approach in how we do things. So to move from saying no, I cannot do 1, 2, 3. That is why, for example, if you look one of the things that we said. Yes, I also made an example with I think one of the tasks that the commission was performing in Modimolle. It came to us at the point when we have to appeal to say, but this, what have we done about this? Because that was the first time we get to know about it. And from there, if we could have come earlier, we would have known how to respond to that. For example, the issue that for example, we're talking about now of the area in Haragwe. Of course, we hear it today for the veteran, unless if my colleague is aware of. And from there, if it was elevated to ourselves, we are able to activate those relevant stakeholders who can come and help us as soon as they can within their available resources. You see, that will include both your government, as I was saying, and even private sector into those spaces. One of the things that we emphasize in most of our private sectors is to say, guys, we want you to move beyond your social labor plans, particularly mines, to try and play a critical role in terms of the tangible service evaluation in those spaces. And they are okay with that. If we are able to come to them and say, these are the areas that we want you to come in. And when they are brought to us, we are able to highlight those ones to them. And they are able to come to that space. And that's what we are able to do. And those are, of course, one of those areas that we leverage, in that good relation that we have. There are many, of course, outside of water that we are able to do that as well. Yes. But we agree with, I think, with the observation. It is not more of us saying, maybe the last part to emphasize. We fight a lot because you're saying it appears as if we are afraid of, we don't want to turn into, to sort of like offend our colleagues. We fight a lot. We fight a lot with colleagues, to passionately so, to an extent that some of them, that's why sometimes they will feel that we're encroaching into their space. But in those platforms, we really push very hard to say, but guys, these are your mandates. Make sure that you do as required. Where can you help if you can help? But normally, if they don't come to the fore, it becomes a bit difficult for us to do that. But there are one or two who normally come. And when they come, we're able to then go an extra mile, even beyond our given responsibilities, identify those who can come and assist them.
Yeah, maybe, colleagues, I think I agree with my colleague. I have a sense that there is a reluctance to hold each other accountable. Something that we should maybe promote. There's nothing wrong with, I'm sitting here in the province. Someone from the national office who oversees the province have the right to say, Victor, you're not doing it right here. And I must take that as a positive contribution. Because if you have villages that are not getting water because of a certain municipality, I don't think to say to that municipality that you're lacking here is encroaching, you are now encroaching into their mandate. Their mandate is to provide water. It's not to fail to provide water. If if they are doing their best, they should not be worried about you telling them or alerting them of where they are lacking. Then the problem is that community of farmers, they've done everything. I mean, from your response now, you are saying that you can activate COGTA
and the Department of Water. What you were supposed to be telling us here, we are talking about this municipality that is failing, but you are not mentioning those ones. You don't say, maybe we will have to have a meeting and discuss this issue and see what we can do as government. But you are just saying, and we will be encroaching into their mandate. It is not how it works. I think, take it upon yourself. You have a village that is now suffering, and the municipality is under your jurisdiction. Activate everything that you can activate to make sure that that village is receiving water.
Mr. Rapuzzo. We are now moving towards the end of your time with us. I'd like to give you the opportunity, upon reflecting on the questions and comments offered by the senior legal officer as well as the provincial manager. What do you think? You said something very important, and I think we should stick to that, which is to admit that there are some things that you could do better. Now, could you make those explicit for us? What do you think you could do better moving forward? Following that, just give us a list of those things or items. Following that, what resources would you require in order to achieve that? Material and immaterial resources. The third question is, what assistance would you need from the South African Human Rights Commission in achieving this goal? If you could just address those three questions as clearly as you possibly can.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think starting from the first one, and I did indicate that maybe as we conclude, we'll come into it. You'll be aware that, for example, Waterberg is one of the 3 presidential pilots on EDM. Now, where the president says we want government to work as one in terms of performance or fulfillment of their mandate. For example, when community comes, I think earlier on, it was touched earlier on, I can't remember amongst the commissioners, that you don't have to say, when community complain about this, you don't have to say, no, it's not my responsibility, it's this one's responsibility, or, you see, because community see us as government. They don't see...
Mr. Rapporteur, I'm going to remind you again, the majority of people who are with us are joining us virtually. Okay. It's incredibly important that you keep your mic close to your mouth.
Okay, my apologies. So, as I was saying, the community see us as one government, which is what actually DDM seeks to realize, to say, let us work as one and direct our resources into one kit so that we are able to respond to any of the challenges that are there. And that also includes even the private sector. For example, as Waterberg, we have the district hub that actually we are now using it to also be able to profile most of our municipalities and say, okay guys, these are the challenges that are in this particular area, what can happen, and these are different people who can actually be able to close the gap into those areas. So that's what we have already started doing. Another thing, what we have also started working on was to say provincial and the very same TBSA which is in Caribbean. Let us develop the district master plans so that we are able to incrementally plan for reliable infrastructure that will then be able to empower municipalities to provide services on a sustainable manner without any interruptions or any challenges. of course, that you do in line with your population projections and so forth as well. So that, because one of the challenges we're dealing with today, because of failure to plan in the previously, whereby we could not anticipate the growth patterns that were going to happen within our spaces. So that's what through our plans we are looking at addressing. And of course, those will have financial, both financial and technical implications in terms of coming up with those. Now, in terms of the role, I think, or the partnership that we think the Commission can also come to the fore, is to, timelessly, engage with us and say, guys, there are these concerns in your space. Please attend to them, and then we will be able to run with those ones and say, this is what we have done. This is the people who are tasked with the responsibility to ensure that we address those ones.
Mr. Rapotswa, I'm going to ask you the questions I asked you again. And I hope this time you will listen and ask and answer the question. Part of the reason that our challenges are not addressed is because we just don't listen to each other or answer the questions that we have asked each other. The plans you are telling me about are plans that are already in place. That is not the question I've asked you. I have asked you in relation to the engagements between yourself and the senior legal officer and the provincial manager. You have admitted that yes, there are areas that we could improve. That is what you have said. Now, I have asked you in relation to that, the issue here is about power, it's about authority in relation to your coordinating role as you've identified it. It's also about your own perception of your responsibility and your proactiveness in interpreting that responsibility. Now, to tell me about a plan that you are already working on, that you came into this engagement working on, does not assist the question. The question is, having admitted that yes, there are areas of possible improvement, could you explicitly identify what it is in relation to that those areas could be? And perhaps most instructive to your misunderstanding of that first question is then your non-response to the second question, which is what resources do you need? And those resources are outside of what resources you need from the Commission. There are three questions. It's the identification of what it is that you need to do, the identification of resources, which would be all-encompassing, and then included in those resource needs would be resources you might need from the Commission. Now you have jumped to the resources you might need from the Commission. And in identifying the resources you might need from the Commission, you have said that the Commission must tell you of the villages that need water. With respect, sir, this is a very lazy answer. I'm going to then give you the opportunity again, please, to attempt to address these questions, which I hope I've been very clear in asking.
Oh, thank you very much. As to the last part of the lazy answer, Chair, maybe there we misunderstood each other. Because what I did not necessarily say the Commission must tell us where are the problem areas. I indicate, for example, as I've always been saying, that most of the time we learn about this thing when we are called into the Commission to come and answer. normally when the process has moved, we are saying, let us, if there are those issues, build a relationship in such a way that when these matters come to the attention of the commission, they say, hey guys, I think the example that the PM was making, to say, hey, there's this particular issue in your area, what are you doing about it? Then we are able to respond to that. It's not necessary to say that every time you point out, no, it's not going to be like that. But it will be very few instances where that happens, where we're dealing with disaster kind of issues, as it was said. Maybe going to the first question there, in terms of course, as we agree that we have agreed that maybe there are areas those in which we need to probably improve in terms of those ones. Amongst other things, I think you will be aware that in most of our municipalities, it is the skills that are available there. And the intervention that we have actually begun doing, I think I touched base on it as well in terms of training, particularly those who are working on the plant and so forth. We have also gone to an extent of bringing the Water Research Council to say, guys, tell us the water resources within our space so that our municipalities are able to know what is available in their space. So that as and when they plan probably to come up with other to say we're going to install a borehole in this particular area, they know in terms of the longevity of the resources available. So that's the extent to which we have gone, and I believe it also begin to address some of the questions in terms of water in some of particularly the area that we're talking about. The other aspect, what I think we are saying, because we observed, for example, that admittedly so, sometimes most of our structures are not working as, say, because they're supposed to serve as an intelligence on our side in terms of what is happening there, and then where are we falling short of, and then we're able to promptly respond to that. And I think another aspect that we, obviously that means we have to make sure that now those structures, they begin to be more sort of like results focused in terms of making an impact with regard to different types of services like water in the municipalities. And also we may need to explore the issue of with different stakeholders of some sort of a global fund, if we may put it that way. Say, guys, in the instances of emergencies as business, the municipality that's concerned can be able to tap into this. But what normally becomes a bit of a challenge now for that to happen, your business says to you, but guys, your municipalities are returning funds to the fiscals. Why should we be giving you money when you have money? So that would mean that you must actually intensify in terms of ensuring that we try by all means to assist our local municipalities to spend the funds that are allocated to them. So that as and when we engage with other outsiders to say, we want you to partner with us in this particular way, it becomes a bit easier for them to do that. When we were referring to the plans, we were saying the very same water service authorities, as we speak, they do not have those type of plans that are supposed to be having in terms of the law. And that's where we've intervened as a district, and let us try to bring DPSA to assist you, to support you in terms of development of those water services, engineering services plans and so forth. With us, it's more of integrated. Obviously, we can only do it once we have done with our LMs. And in terms of the support, the technical aspect of it. Already we do have that. I think next year we'll be running the second leg of that, whereby we capacitate different managers. But I think the support that is needed across government is also to mobilize, because we would actually invite people, because we not force them sometimes, but we want people to commit. Once they say, no, I'm going to enroll in this kind of support or training, to commit into that throughout, so that they're able to get the kind of leverage, the kind of benefits that are going to come out of that. So that is so that is what is done. We do with our social partners, and so I think that aspect we have engaged with different stakeholders. They've committed. They've actually demonstrated their willingness to support us even some of them to say, no guys, we can send, if you have challenges of engineers, we can send a team of old engineers that we can send, or retired engineers, we can send it to space to come and assist you. I think we were talking about NBI, who actually partnered with us into this. So that is the kind of support that we're already getting technically. Otherwise, other ones is more going to be the financial. I think fundamentally, the issue of then the water service provider, we have applied for that, requested, and we are awaiting the response to that. And we believe also that will enable us to be able to assist or support our municipalities as best as we can as well, over and above taking advantage of the other sort of like alternatives that are there outside of the law.
Thank you very much, MM. Do you, as a follow-up to that, do you have a clear indication, and this is in relation to the presentation we had prior to this, I understand that you were here for the presentation, our engagement with the Department of Water in the district, correct? Do you as a district have a clear indication of which municipalities within your jurisdiction receive the WISIC grant, for example? How much of the grant they receive, say maybe the last 3 years, and how much of it they have returned in the last 3 years? Do you have an understanding of that?
Place to first spend what you are receiving from government, so that we can. So we do have that information. Just that we don't have immediately have it here, but we can be able to provide it.
Okay. We'll ask you to please provide that information. Could you provide that information by end of business day tomorrow? Thank you. Now, in addition to that, you are now speaking to an agreement we had with the previous presenters, which is a meeting between the department, the Human Rights Commission, and municipalities. You are saying you've already started, or you would prefer to start a similar process of assisting and capacitating municipalities. But I'm not hearing you speak to that engagement. Is there a reason why you are not connecting those two dots? If so, what is that reason? And following that, what role do you see for yourself in that agreement between the department, the Human Rights Commission, and yourselves?
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think already, because we have the engagement with on a regular basis with the department, it is now more of bringing the commission on board as well in terms of that. Of course, it may be extended. It may we may also determine if the board and the commission will want to be now in those discussions consistently, or we will actually make it just a once-off or maybe periodically. So that one is 100% doable, and we are in agreement with that.
I'm going to give the opportunity to Dr. Carter and the provincial manager if they have any follow-up questions. But before I do, in order for you to play a coordinating role, you need to have a clear sense of what you are coordinating. The provincial manager are doing that work. What are you doing? I want to offer you the opportunity to reflect on that. But in the interest of time, I'll ask the provincial manager to come in. Dr. Carter, do you have any follow-up questions? You do. Perhaps maybe if you could just note that we don't have any more time that has been allocated to you. So I'm going to ask Dr. Carter to come in with her follow-up questions, and thereafter the provincial manager, and you can just make a note of all of those questions and respond thereafter.
Mine will be very quick, Commissioner. Mine, Mr. Rapporteur, is only to request the municipality to possibly by tomorrow afternoon to indicate to us what have you done and what were you able to do to address the concerns that the Commission is raising with you now in terms of Khamushi community. And then to indicate to the Commission by tomorrow afternoon what those steps were, whatever they were. If it's nothing, it's nothing. If there were steps that you took that can be creative or referrals, then it's that. But by tomorrow afternoon, the Human Rights Commission needs to know what is the efficacy of the district municipality when urgent matters are brought to their attention. And that would be very helpful in terms of our findings at the end of this commission as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Carter. Over to you, Provincial Manager.
Thank you. Mine is just want to clarify this. The forum that you are talking about, to say that you will invite the Human Rights Commission to be part of, it's not going to work that way. We are going to convene the meeting, and we will call you to be part of that meeting. We don't want to be part of the meetings that will take place every month when there is no delivery. That's why we convene our own meeting, and we call this who are accountable to come and account to the Commission. So in that meeting, obviously we'll call the stakeholders that are involved. Maybe we might find ourselves having a meeting with yourself, COCTA, GWS, and your municipality in one room. Then we deal with the issues. We agree how we are going to go forward. And then from there we will monitor each and every role that will be played by each and every one of you as the Commission. I just want to clarify that.
Thank you, PM. Over to you, Mr. Rapporteur.
No, thank you very much, Chair, once more. I think the first question that was asked by you, Chair, what role are we, or maybe why are we exist then if we cannot fulfill this function of water and so forth? I think it's a two-pronged question, and also the issues around monitoring. I think the district has significant responsibilities. That's why, for example, we said with water, in terms of municipal health, the function that the district performs is that of water quality monitoring. But it has quite a number of responsibilities that is supposed to perform in terms of the structures there. We understand, for example, the significance of water, and the impact also in terms of the livelihood of people, and the development as well and so forth. And also the role that we are supposed to play. That in addition to our mandated roles or functions as a district that we are supposed to. So I think what we have been dealing with today is more of, to say, amidst maybe if you want to put it that legislative gray areas or so forth, what is it that you as a district innovative can you do to then come to the party? And I think that's what we are taking home as well, and we are in agreement with sort of like optimizing in terms of those. In terms of the monitoring, I think for example, the forums that we have, they play that role of monitoring. But I think we have agreed that we may need to go beyond, not only relying on those to say, but what is it that are they dealing with that can actually begin to sort of like use as the detectors as and when there are challenges, from the matters that they're actually dealing with. So those are the tools that actually, but of course we will explore other tools that we can actually use for monitoring, so that we are able to say, no, in Waterberg, we have a pulse in terms of water issues. This is what is happening, which might, it's more of like the strategy that we will put in place, and then to be able to empower our colleagues as we engage through different platforms and so forth. So I think that that's what we also are taking away, and also we will actually undertake to work around that. In terms of the question, the input, I think, by Dr. Carter, of course, our response tomorrow, I think you are aware, the matter of the area in Halagwena, we learned about now when we're being questioned about it. That means we'll have to go and engage with the municipality to get to understand as to what is happening, you see, and say, this is what we are going to do, for example, or to say, based on what Halagwena you are telling us, this is the challenge. Who can we then activate within the space to be able to then come to the party in terms of that is concerned? So I think, but we will see. Our response will be actually along those lines to say, this is a problem that we have picked it up. This is how we think that we're going to respond to that challenge that is identified. The last part by the PM, I think, look, we are amenable. But our understanding when we were responding to this was, obviously in the discussion that we had earlier on with the department, was that the department, when they arrange a meeting, they must call, they invite the commission. It was on that basis that we say it's fine, because we already have them. Then when we have, that is why I said, can even be extended. So it just depends on how you want it. So if you want it this way, where you're going to be the one convening everyone, we are still fine with that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's quite clear that you are a very thoughtful man and thoughtful leader. And we must commend you for that, and we must explicitly highlight that. We sincerely wish you the best. We sincerely want to work with you. Our country is in a desperate situation. And the only way we are going to move past this incredibly dark age is through innovation, creativity, holding each other accountable, being honest with each other, and then acting and working together to address the challenges. I'm very glad that you are here. Thank you, both of you, for attending. Please stick to your commitments of submitting to us tomorrow along the areas that we have requested and along the areas in which you have made a commitment. But beyond that, our doors are open all the time. Where you think you might want to act but may feel inhibited, whether it's by politics or whether it's by the law or whether it is by capacity, our doors are open. We invite you to engage with us. We believe that through common engagement, solutions are always possible to come out. But we've got to take those first steps. Thank you very much to both of you. We do hope we are going to, this is not the end of our engagements. We are going to continue to engage with you. And we hope that the status quo is going to dramatically shift between now and say 2-3 months. We must see some kind of tangible change. We appeal to your conscience. We appeal to you to remember the preamble of this constitution, of the constitution of this country. If you are not aware, it bases itself on the state of woundedness of the people of South Africa. We are incredibly wounded, and we need to heal. The Constitution is adopted because it understands that we are wounded and we need to heal. And we are not going to heal for as long as we are doing what we've been doing. We've got to do things differently, we've got to be creative, we've got to be innovative, and we've got to be committed more than we have been. I'm now going to give you 2 minutes each to make any closing remarks you might have before we release you.
Thank you so much. As manager infrastructure, I take note of everything that has been mentioned. And also just to emphasize, we have IGR Infrastructure Cluster Forum, which we've resuscitated this year. And we just identify the quick win projects. And something that again we need to follow up to identify these quick win projects so that we, as a short-term interventions, which needs to happen. But in the long run, as I mentioned in my presentation, we need to look at the regional bulk infrastructure. I presented the demand that the municipalities currently in need and is not able to meet. So if we do not address that, that means the coming years, each and every year, there's always that demand that we cannot reach. What are we doing about it? Yes, we are not authority or a provider, but as a district, there's a demand that needs to be addressed. We also need to look into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair and members of the Commission. We appreciate, I think, the opportunity given to us as a municipality. We take it as a part of the learning process because, you know, it is said that the moment you stop learning, you stop to live, you know. So we appreciate the inputs that we made and the observations. They could only make us to sort of like, you know, think deeper in terms of maybe the approaches that we have been following. Safe to say, most of the observations or the direction in which the Commission wanted to push us towards, it's what we have actually embraced within the context of DTM. When the DTM was launched, we took a particular decision to say, you know what, guys, this DTM must actually, let's do it in how we understand, so in such a way that it's going to make a lasting impact on the people of Waterberg. Recently, we've just started the process whereby we said, let us go to ordinary people on the street, get to make sure that they understand what is this DTM in the context of Waterberg, so that they begin to play their role in terms of the development of their spaces and so forth, and also mobilize different stakeholders. The fortunate part of it is that, you know, business community within the have come to the party. You know, they say we want to partner with you in the development. I think it's more about us being able to manage and leverage, you know, that excitement that is there. Because one of the concerns I've raised to the colleagues was to say, guys, we must not make a mistake whereby, because there are so many interventions that are coming in as a consequence of this, and we risk missing some of them in terms of what, for example, the United Nations, about 10 of their agencies are playing a role, funding a number of initiatives, even in terms of research and so forth. So, and some of them are beginning to sort of like make a significant dent. We can use them to make a significant dent in terms of the matters that we're discussing today, within the context of localizing sustainable development goals. So we are very happy. I think as we engage in the Commission, we are not really far off each other. You know, it was more of like, you know, challenging us or enlightening us in terms of some of the things that we might have not necessarily considered. And we are quite pleased with the engagements, and we are looking forward to future engagements and partnership with the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, both of you. Before we release you, you mentioned, Director, a blend of quick wins that you had wanted to mention earlier. Tomorrow when you send documents, could you also send us the blend of the quick wins that you identified, that you had mentioned earlier? I think it's going to be important for us as a Commission to have a look at your own projection of what your quick wins could be. With that, the time is now 17 minutes after 2 o'clock. You are officially released. Thank you very much for your time.
And
very much. The Waterberg District Municipality Municipal Manager, Mr. Pira Puto, and the team. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm going to invite you for lunch. It's served down the passage to the restaurant. And when we come back, our Capricorn District Municipality is available to take the podium, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Let's take our 30 minutes break. Now it's 20 minutes past 2. Let's make sure in 30 minutes time we are back. Let it be around 10 to 3. Let's make sure we come back that time. You are all invited for lunch.
then again, water will be there tomorrow.
Inhlekani today, Tumelang, Ausheni, Jimatiari, Leda. May I quickly invite everybody to settle so that we are able to start with the second session of our program. Rotondo, kindly ensure that everyone is in the hall so that we are able to take up. As I invite the Capricorn District Municipality Executive Mayor, Honorable Councillor Mamidu Pitefu, and the MM, Chuso Nemugumoni, to take the podium and hand over to Commissioner Pintuli to take you through the House rules and the procedures for presentation of evidence under oath. You are very much welcome. Thank you very much for Executive Mayor. You can take the podium now. You can take the podium. Thank you very much. Commissioner, you can sit me. Thank you very much. Thank you. Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Councillor Tepo, and MM Nemu Umoni. Am I saying it right? Will you both be presenting evidence this afternoon? Will you be speaking? If so, could I kindly ask you to approach the podium to stand next to the mayor? I will now administer the oath. Before we do, could I get an indication if either of you have an objection to taking the oath this afternoon? No. In that case, could you kindly state your full names, positions, and institutions for the record? Do you have a microphone?
My name is Mami Mazai. Can I just Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner Judy, for the opportunity. My name is Councillor Mamidu Bitefo, Executive Mayor for Capricorn District Municipality. Good afternoon, Commissioner and everybody in the House. My name is Chuso Ravaresa Patricia Ngumon. I am the Municipal Minister for Capricorn District Municipality.
Thank you very much to both of you. Could you kindly raise your right hands? Do you swear that the evidence you shall give this afternoon shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, kindly state, so help me God.
So help me God. So help me God.
Thank you very much. You are now duly administered. MME may take your seat. Councillor, the time is now 5 minutes after 3 o'clock. You will have 25 minutes, which means at 3:30 I will stop you. The 25 minutes is for you to make your presentation according to the invitation you received from the Commission. Thereafter, the panel will have an equal amount of time to engage you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much once again, Commissioner Tuli, for the opportunity. allow me also to greet members of the panel and also the House at large. As I've indicated, my name is Councillor Mamidubi Tefo from Capricorn District Municipality, Executive Mayor who has just been in office for 3 weeks. Thank you very much. Well, I will be presenting on behalf of Capricorn District Municipality. The district has 4 local municipalities, namely Blowback and Belankumpi and Mole Mole Municipality, and also Bulokani Municipality. Capricorn District Municipality is a water service authority responsible for Blowback, the Belankumpi and Mole Mole local municipality. Except Bulokani, which is also a water service authority. I will now then present on the status quo in terms of provision of water and sanitation. Main water source for Blowback is borehole. The Belankumpi is both boreholes and surface water, and Mole Mole is solely dependent on boreholes. Bulokani local municipality, as I've indicated, is water authority within its area of jurisdiction. And water supply, in terms of water supply backlog, Blowback municipality, there are 42,193 number of households. And then households with water provision are 31,394. Households without water provision are 74%. Number of households with water supply need are 10,799. And then households within water need are 25.6%. The Belankumpi municipality has all in all 59,687 households, and number of households with provision of water 42,000, and which makes it 70%. And number of households with a water supply need 17,425, which is 29.2%. And with Mole Mole local municipality, there is 3,794 households, and households with access to provision of water is 28,287, which makes 83.6%. And those without access to water or which need water is 5,557. And I will rather leave Bulokani municipality as they are also a water authority. And then in terms of provision of sanitation, or rather sanitation backlog, Blowback municipality has 42,198 of the 42,193 households, only 8,861 households have proper sanitations, which we call VIP, and then of households with sanitation, that is 21%, and number of households with a need for sanitation are 33,332. That makes it 79%. That is the number of households which will still need provision of sanitation. The Belankumpi municipality, I'm not going to mention the household again because I've already indicated them in the water provision, but those who are without number of households with sanitation provision are 19,100, which makes 2,587, which makes 68%. And then Mole Mole municipality, 8,499 households with sanitation provision, 25% without 25,346, which is 75% of the household. Again, I'm also going to leave out Bulokani municipality as they are also, sanitation is also their core competency. Then under discussion that the municipality has embarked on intensive planning for regional water schemes in the district. Capricorn District Municipality has submitted the regional water schemes technical reports to Department of Water and Sanitation Technical Advisory Committee. The projects have since been recommended by the committee as feasible and as feasible for implementation. Based on the feasibility study conducted, the required budget rather is just above 3 billion. Also include new settlement with growing population and no water infrastructure, and the affected areas, as you know, as you can see under Mole Mole municipalities, are there in the column. I can't go through all of them. And then the solution there is water tankering, drilling of new boreholes at Maposa. And then the challenge is that dry boreholes with no alternative. Project cost per village is 6.9 million, and then the project, if completed, would be responsible for providing 793 households with potable water. And then we are also at the planning stage in Lansfontein. Stolen transformers, constantly engaging ESCOM. We seem not to be winning. We've been writing letters to ESCOM. Even yesterday I was with ESCOM engaging them at Molemole area, but it is still quite a serious challenge. And then overload waste water works. I've also indicated that they run the wastewater treatment refuge plant and busy with design for upgrading, and then consultant appointed for assessment and development of design reports for all wastewater treatment works. Still funding is a challenge. Designs completed for 2 wastewater treatment works for the Wahomu and Snorabana. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor, you may now take your seat, and we shall then have an engagement with yourselves as the panel. You have indicated that you are 3 weeks old in this position.
Yes.
So it's understandable why your presentation is just a reading word to words of this.
There are numbers you must read.
Yes.
Can you speak from the
Yes. Can I get an indication from you, how, acting how long have you been in this position?
Thank you very much. The acting, I started in January this year.
In January this year, and prior to that?
I am the executive manager responsible for governance
in the municipality. And how long did you have that position?
For this one, from 2018. Prior that, I was again the executive manager responsible for community services from 2015.
In the same municipality? Right. So you've got extensive experience within the municipality. Thank you, that helps. We shall now, as the panel, have a similar amount of time to engage you both on this presentation. I will begin on my left with Dr. Carter and move to my right with the provincial manager
Over to you, Dr. Carter. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, and Mayor. I'm going to pose a series of questions and comments to you, and if you would like to prefer them to answer, wait for all of the questions and then answer them. Okay. Now, in respect of your invitation as well, you would have seen that we have been busy since the 19th, and we have received complainants as well from the Capricorn district. Now, I'm going to start to just give you a snapshot of two of the complaints that appeared before the Commission. The first complainant was from Ramakopa village, and they indicated that they have had a shortage of water since July 2021, and that this has been reported, and that is within the Molibole municipality, and that this was reported to the councillor. Now, the councillor advised the community to take the matter to the Human Rights Commission. So, red lights already, that the councillor on the ground is saying, you know, run to the Human Rights Commission and not use the mechanisms that's available to address these issues. So that's number one. And they have been requesting assistance since this date, but nothing has been forthcoming. Now, the next village is the Hamanaka village, and it is in the Bloba municipality. And I just want to quote what was coming from the witness himself. And he said that he was very disappointed in the Capricorn District municipality because, and I quote, they have employed a bunch of pathetic liars. He said they just talk lies. Because they have been requesting assistance with their water issue for 15 years. If you want more information on the witness testimony, it is available on YouTube if you want to have fuller details on that. So this is where we're coming from this hearing. So we are hearing these concerns from the members of the community. So I would like you to comment on those two specific villages, if you don't mind. Then I would like us to move to the WSIG grants. Now, when you look at the Department of Water Affairs annual report, I think it was 2019 and 20, Capricorn District Municipality was awarded with 145 million rand from the WSIG. You only managed to spend just a little bit over 50 million rand. So about more than 90 million rand. Now you must remember that's 1920 financial year. So almost more than 90 million rand had to be returned. This is according to the Water and Sanitation Department's report. It's also online. You can easily access that report. That has also raised quite a red light with us. Because we've met with the department this morning. They appeared before the Commission this morning. And one of the issues that they have raised, and I can't say specifically with Capricorn, we have requested the specific data in respect of the district municipality. But the concerns were that the money is there. Not necessarily for all the bulk projects as you've outlined. I see one of the long-term implementation is about 1 billion. But when that money is allocated to a municipality, the money is not spent. And that is either through maladministration, lack of capacity, appointment of terrible contractors, not monitoring the projects accordingly. So that is coming from the Department of Water and Sanitation. And when we look then at the objective data which we saw from the annual report, it looks like Capricorn District Municipality is also one of the municipalities who's not spending the WSIG grants. So that is just for context where my question is coming from. Now, when we look at your report that you provided to us, there's a number of projects that you have identified that will come from spending your WSIG grant money. Now, my question is, have all of the relevant documents, I think it's 4.2 of your presentation, on all of these projects that you have a project cost per village, and I think you haven't rounded up all of them, but have all the necessary documentation, business plans, been submitted on each and every one of these projects? And have they been approved? So a bit of information just around that. The next question is, I've also noted that you are quite reliant on water tankering. Does the municipality own its own water tankers? If so, how many? If not, why not? And then maybe my last question for now would be something that we've heard throughout the past few days is a massive challenge is stolen transformers.
Request that they continuously make awareness to communities in terms of forming community policing forum. And on the water shortage for the first village, I'm not sure, I've not captured the village, or Ramokopa village since July 2021. I do not want to say that I know what the challenge are, but what I know is that councillors have submitted the issue of the water challenges, and what I've requested administration, particularly the executive manager for infrastructure, was to say that as and when mayors and councillors are submitting those challenges, they should come up with operations and maintenance plans so that those particular challenges can be fixed. The municipality just finalized the appointment of term contractors who would be dealing with this particular challenge. And on the other one, the Ramanaga village, a colleague who indicated that the municipality has employed a bunch of liars who will also try to investigate it. And on the WISA, 145 million, and the other amount which was sent back, I do not want to comment further. I will allow the acting municipal manager to comment on that one because he has the institutional memory. And but what I know is that Capricorn District Municipality not only did it receive clean audit, but this it also received an award for spending 100% on MIG. And our concern is that as much as we spend 100% on MIG, but still the MIG grant is still the same compared to other district municipalities. Yes, and those are the questions which I will respond to. I will then hand over to the acting municipal manager to respond to some of the questions.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Let me start with the issue that you raised on our presentation on 4.2, where the question is whether all the necessary documents have been submitted and approved. We can confirm that all has been submitted, all has been approved. So as such, I think you will see on 4.2 there are two projects that were already on construction. These are the projects that we carried over from the previous financial year. The rest of other projects that you've seen there, we have received the approval. All of these have been allocated. Our contractors should be on site as we speak. Or we're preparing the site and over to all of those ones. And I must admit, it's correct that in 1920, our WISI grant had a challenge. We had our own internal challenge on this one. We are aware of it. But if you look at the trend prior 1920, we've been spending 100% of our WISI, both WISI and MIG. It was only in 1920 that we had challenges.
1920, you mean 2019, 2020?
Sorry, 1920 financial year. The one that...
somebody's listening.
2019. I think I'm vendor, so I'm trying to put it correctly. But it's financial year 1920. There was one that was returned to the department. We even tried to request the allocation, the reallocation of the money. And unfortunately, hence I'm saying for this financial year, all the documents were submitted, all was approved, and we've already appointed the service providers that are on site. I think the executive mayor spoke about the issue of ramp-up. I think having learned this now in this forum, it also calls for us as we get into transition in terms of our awareness and also workshopping our councillors in terms of the protocols that they need to follow. Because I'm hearing the concern that went to the councillor and parachuted straight to the Human Rights Commission. I think she has already spoken to that we'll have to make a follow-up of that because it's on record. This also goes for the one that she spoke about, that she's already committed that we'll make a follow-up on the one that we called pathetic lions. But do we not? I think it's just an allegation. But if there are areas that are of concern in our areas of operation, of course, we need to make a follow-up on that one. I'm not sure if, I think on the water tankering, she confirmed we have ours, it's tracking one. So
Thank you to the Mayor and Acting MM. I'm going to just check in with Dr. Carter if she's got any follow-up questions. I do just want to give you the opportunity to provide further clarity on some of the questions. Dr. Carter asked about how many water tankers you have. The Mayor indicated that in the last financial year you bought 10, but she didn't indicate how many you had when you bought the 10. Did you have 0, so you have 10, or did you have 2, and now with the new 10, there's 12? Because she said 10 were bought and you said 12. So could you just provide us clarity with regards to that? The Mayor, when asked about innovative ideas with regards to the issues of stealing of transformers, she mentioned 3 possible ideas: steel pipes, cameras, and policing forums. We hope that some of these ideas you might be able to implement, but we might want to warn you against trying to fix a problem with a problem. If the problem is criminality, you don't want to put cameras there because they'll also be stolen. So we don't want to come here in 3 months to sit down with you to now discuss the problem of stolen transformers and stolen cameras. Same with steel pipes. So in finding innovative ideas, let us also be wary of the problem of sustainability. We understand that linked to issues of criminality, particularly in the age that we live in, some of the contributing factors include unemployed youth, drug-addicted youth. We call some of these in slang amapara, who would find more creative ways to steal pipes, for example. So in finding solutions, we must be very aware of the context within which we are operating, so that we don't give bait to criminal activities as well. Now, a community member has called the municipality a bunch of liars. I understand that it must be hurtful to hear this. The municipal mayor is saying we will investigate this. I'm appealing to you, you don't have to respond to this directly. The majority of people who are joining us virtually. With certainty, the person or the people who call you a bunch of liars are also watching. And as they hear your response, being as minimal as we will investigate, the likelihood that they are laughing at that response is incredibly high. Because if they already think you're a bunch of liars, there's a high likelihood that they will think that also is a lie, because unless we are saying they are lying as well, the assumption must be that they have made several attempts to reach the municipality and have failed, or they have been given promises which have not been delivered. So for them to hear that we will investigate, the likelihood is that they've had that before. And it is with having have had that they've called you a bunch of liars. So please reflect on also the way that you receive critique from communities. Communities are not here to criticize you. They are here to critique. And there's a big difference between criticizing and critiquing. They deserve services. They are not receiving those services. So when someone calls you a bunch of liars, it is from that place, and it's from a sincere place. So those are some of the, I'll ask you to reflect on some of these issues I've raised are mere comments you don't need to respond to. Some of them are acting are questions that I will give the opportunity to respond to. But before you do, I'm going to ask, because they are related directly to questions that were asked by Dr. Carter. So before you respond, I'm going to check in with Dr. Carter if there are any follow-up questions.
Just a quick one from my side, and a follow-up. I think Commissioner was very clear in respect of the water tankers. In addition to that, you have 12 or 10 or 12, you'll clarify, in your possession. Do you make use of contract other water tankers to serve the community? If so, how many? And do you plan to phase them out? Then I'll make a comment possibly later on when we are speaking about the Department of Sanitation, Water and Sanitation as well, because I see you've placed a lot of onus on them in your closing remarks as well, that Water and Sanitation must do X, Water and Sanitation must do X. But we'll come back to that. I think Mr. Mabidula will also elaborate on the complaints that the Commission specifically received. So for mine, it's just the water tankering clarification. Thank you.
Thanks. Before, I know Commissioner Julius indicated that I must not respond to what you said will investigate, but I feel that I should further elaborate on my answer. When I said we will investigate, I was particularly referring to the contract of our official as to why is it that majority of our community members, as you were saying, are calling us a bunch of liars. It's also important that also as executive mayor, I understand the contract of our, I understand the contract of our employees, particularly on customer relations. And if that's the case, we'll also be doing workshops on how best must our employees respond to the request or the criticism made by community. But also a very serious need of councillors reporting back to communities, particularly on the promise which we made vis-a-vis what we have been able to deliver. Because if we went to them and indicate that we will be completing this project by when, if that time does not come and the project is not yet completed, it is only fair that we go back and report that we could not complete this project as promised. So I was merely saying that we'll also investigate also from our side and do a self-reflection on how we relate with our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you once more, Commissioner. I think on the issue of water tankers, 10 were procured in the last financial year. Prior that we had 2.
Just closer to you.
Okay. 10 were procured in the previous financial year. We had 2 that were in our position that we own. and we were using the private water tankers. That is why when we procured the tank, it was facing off the private water tankers. Yeah, so in total now it's 12.
Thank you very much, both. I will now hand over to the provincial manager for further engagement.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MM, and our Mayor. Let me start by saying that you will call the bench of pathetic liars, not just better liars, pathetic liars. And I'm happy that you clarified the issue of investigation. That we thought maybe you wanted to investigate. Yeah, then it's better. I was just going to say, say to you, instead of investigating, just deliver water to those people and leave the argument and all those things. But I would also like to know what is going to happen with the community of Manan. Because we just need a straight answer. I think a community leader, a traditional leader of that village, took his time to come to the commission after engagement. We have evidence that those people are drinking water with animals right now. They don't have any source of water. Then we want to know what you will do to that village to assist them to get water. Another issue is the Limpopo issue. I don't want to get into the issue of transformer and all those things. I mean, there are so many means that you can generate power. You can use solar system to get power to generate water. I think one of the mayor here indicated that maybe we should move out from relying on ESCOM, because ESCOM sometimes we have load shedding and all those things. The moment you have load shedding, it means that our people will not have water, will not have electricity. Just imagine. Those are the basic needs of our people. So for you to continue to have an uninterrupted service or supply of water is when you have your own maybe source of power, so that you are not interrupted by this load shedding. But what I wanted to find out from the municipality, you said that there's a project you need. You are being given a grant of plus or minus 240-something million per annum. And in turn, if you really want to supply water to all this village, it will take you 10 years if there's no other source of money. But we had the Department of Water here, Water and Sanitation. What they want is a plan from yourself and apply for grant to cover those expenses. Have you tried to do that? So yeah, have you applied for grant? Yes. Then the issue of returning money. I think my colleague have asked a question whether you spend all the money. You said you spend everything. Whether your grant for the past financial year you spend everything, you even receive an award, isn't it? Yeah, that's what you have indicated. So you have not received a cent. Yeah, we just want to understand that, because there are those municipalities that are not spending, and if we have such a very good municipality that is willing to deliver, and then they are given a cent, but they are able to spend money, why don't we take all the money and give to Capricorn municipality to spend for the benefit of our people? So I think what is important for us is that we know that. This municipality, understand that the mayor is very new. We acknowledge, but I must also really appreciate your presentation. You seem to be hands-on, because if you spend only 3 weeks, you might have been attending many meetings, but you seem to be already well conversant with the issues. I think that is great, and keep it up, because you are going to work with the community, and your predecessors, you are just getting into these big shoes. He was a man of the people. So we know the challenges that we are facing, but we believe that with the energy that you have displayed, you are going to push. Maybe you are going to be even better than him. That is what we are hoping. So, but what is important, the challenge that we are having is that I think back it was in 2009, our former Minister of Finance, 2000.
Because we are also together with our Executive Manager for Infrastructure, Mr. Skaule here. And I'm noting the suggestion that perhaps we should opt for solar energy or alternative energy because we also understand the challenges that ESCOM is facing. As I indicated and as I was presenting, I also presented on a revenue enhancement strategy where we were indicating that we have budgeted for the installation of a smart meter because the current, the biggest challenges of municipalities is the culture of non-payment of services by business, households, and also government department. So far, we have in Limpopo households plus minus 50 households in Velengumbi who have in-yard connection. So I think our first target for enhance our revenue would be installing water meters to business and government department. If we have more revenue, we'll then be able to budget more on infrastructure development. But currently, the budget is just not enough. We really want to provide for these basic services. So I don't. Sorry, I'm being threatened, but I'm just being honest. Thank you, Acting Municipal Manager. Can you then clarify some of the issues?
Okay, let me start with the Managa, the one that Executive Mayor has just said she's going to visit. If you look at 4.2 on our short-term project of 6 months, that project is there. It is the one that I've said we have already submitted the business plan, they've been approved, we have appointed a service provider. So that project is under implementation as we speak. It's on 4.2. This one. Item 4.2 is item number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Item number 8. There's a Manama project that is budgeted for 7.2. For 7.2 million. Yeah. But what we have said, the WISIC grant, it is meant for our short-term projects, the ones that we have indicated on 4.2. I have said in 1920 financial year, we had challenges with our WISIC application and approval and submission. That I've admitted, I was aware of that. Hence, there was money that was returned to the department. Yes, we agreed there was money that was returned. But what I said was that if you look at the trend, before 1920, we've been spending 100% of our both WISIC and the MIG. We only had a challenge in 1920. Hence, the money that the department said it was returned to the department. Now, on the issue of 240 million versus the 3 billion, if you go to page where it speaks of the medium to long-term projects, those are projects.
Page. No, you didn't even.
Okay, let me go to 4.4. Let me say 4.4.
4.4 million.
No, the 4.4, item number 4.4 on our presentation.
Okay, yes.
It's got long-term projects.
Yes.
What we are saying is that these projects, they have been designed. We are done, the designs are done. We only need budget from the MIG for implementation. Now, the trend or the budget that we've been receiving on a yearly basis is 240 million. Now, if you look at these projects that have been designed for all our villages, these projects requires 3.1 billion. Hence, we have said if the trend of us receiving 240 million, which we are spending 100% of it yearly, if there is no any alternative funds, it will take us 10 years to cater fully and supply water 100% to all our villages. But in terms of the short term, like what the department have said, from time to time we are submitting our business plan. At this point in time, I think they approved us 80 million, which have said that in 4.2, it has already been committed.
Yeah, so I just a follow up. You are saying that for 1920 financial year, you spent all the amount.
The MIG was spent, all of
yes,
it.
The MIG.
Yes.
That is
but the WISI, the Water Infrastructure Service Grant, that was not spent fully.
Oh, okay.
That is the grant that some of the money was returned.
So what was the challenges on why they didn't spend all the money? Our people are protesting, burning schools, burning clinics.
Okay.
So what was the issue?
The challenge that we experienced then was that our business plan was, it was not submitted in time. So as such, the approval was delayed. By the time we received our approval, time has already elapsed. So our service provider started implementing on that grant very late.
Okay, I think that is the issue that was raised by DWS, that you as the municipality manager, you don't even comply with the time frame to submit your plan in the application form. So
I would admit for 1920.
No, they didn't even specify the. It's not only you, it's a trend within Limpopo that you don't respect time frame. You just submit your plan whenever you feel like you're planning. Like for example, they said the due date for this was October, and you will end of this month. You will submit next day. May. That is the trend from from the municipalities around the province. So but maybe with that, you have already admitted that you submitted. Can we also improve on that? This is a request. But another issue, you have indicated that there is a community where it's a community not in Manak. You said that the project has been stopped because of the community differences with the communities. Is it not Batele Wulatan? Is it not that one? So that is why you are saying there were. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. That is why you are differing with the community and all that. What are the issues?
Thank you so much, the provincial manager. The issues as were reported to me was that the community are requesting the issues of 30%, and I must be honest with the commission that those are some of the issues that are delaying the completion of our projects. Many municipalities, if they are unable to spend, the other issues are communities which will first fight for who gets hired on the projects and who must get the 30% of the project. So those are the challenges, and hence I'm saying that the other two, because this project is divided into 3 phases. So the other 2 project contractors are on site. Only one project which still needs the political intervention, so that we go there and also explain issues of 30%, and we are hoping that the community will listen to us. But as Commissioner has indicated, goes back to issues of unemployment.
Sorry, I'm sorry to interject. We want really to get specifics on this issue because ourselves as the Human Rights Commission, I mean, we don't think that people should be held at ransom because somebody wants 30%. We believe that we need to have engagement. It's either with the community or whoever is blocking this particular project because we want our people to get water. So we want to know exactly what is that they're asking for. Is that legal in terms of the law? Or what is happening? You need to share with us so that when we leave here, if we have to make a follow-up with you, we have the correct information.
Okay, thank you very much once again. As I indicated that the matter was reported to me, and what I committed is that I still have to go and meet the community and also the concerns group, and so that I will not here commit to say no, it's particularly this issue because I've not heard the side of the story of those who are protesting. The story that I've heard is from administration in the municipality and also local councillors, which indicated that the project was, immediately when I came to office, I requested an update, particularly on water projects, because you can imagine there's nothing much that I can do in the month that is left for elections. But I mainly wanted to focus on water and fast-tracking the completion of water projects. So that's when I realized that they indicated that other project has been stopped due to committee disruptions and concern group, basically for that 30% that they deserve to have the 30% of the project. So I'm still to go myself and get the actual problems from the actual community at large, and particularly also meet the concern group with my team so that they also clarify the issue of the 30%.
So when are you planning to meet them? Because I would like to get a direct response for you updating the Human Rights Commission that this particular project has been stopped because of A, B, and C, and it was supposed to be catering for this particular this number of households, and now they're not getting water because of this dispute or this loggerhead. So I would like to get a time frame. When do you think you will meet with them?
Can I indicate that before next week Thursday?
Before next week Thursday?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So we will update each other as to what is happening. If you want us to engage, you will brief us with the issues first. Another thing that I can share with you is that the Human Rights Commission, yes, they can hold the government department accountable and all of that. We also have the responsibility to, we can also mediate between community and the government or private sector, any institution. More especially where the dispute now results into human rights violation. So that dispute now is compromising the right to access water. So we are directly involved. If you want our intervention, let us brief each other after the hearing, and then we can work together to resolve the problem. Like what we did with Madisha Ditoro. I think you know the place. Yes. We were hands-on, resolving the problem on the ground, working with the community. Then we believe that everything will be done in this case.
Acting MM and the Executive Mayor, our time with you is done. I won't be asking you any questions. I must though indicate that firstly, I wish you in particular the best in the upcoming elections. I second the sentiment of the provincial manager. We are pleased to witness your commitment and your energy with regards to the work that is at hand in the district. We therefore wish you all the best. We hope to further engage you after the elections as the mayor of this district. This goes for you as well, Acting MN. We wish you both the best. Most particularly, we are pleased that you are both women at the helm of this district. We are pleased that you are both young women at the helm of this district. Now, we know our history. Our very recent history. A person who is 30 years, in fact both of you, have lived in a time where women were considered by law to be less than human, to be children, minors. Even your grandmother couldn't sign a document without the presence of her grandson. Many strides have been taken in order for both of you to be sitting here, leading this district in this way. For that, we are very pleased. We congratulate you both. We wish you all the best. We are here to support you. Our door is always open. If ever you meet challenges in your work, please call the provincial manager, call the senior legal officer. Call me as well if you need to. We would be more than happy because it's quite clear that you are committed to your work. But we also understand that our society is incredibly patriarchal, and you are certainly most likely to meet challenges on the basis of your gender. With that, we'd like to thank you. Ms. Mayor, in fact, both of you, acting MM and Mayor, I'd like to give you 2 minutes just for closing remarks, if you have any.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner, mainly for the words of encouragement. I'm just so happy to hear all these words now coming from you, that we are young and we believe that we still have the energy, the strength, and we believe that we will do it. It's not only this year that we got the clean audit, it was the second year in succession. So we are still on our way, waiting for our report in November, and she has already made a commitment that it can never be anything less than the clean audit. So we are also committing that all the inputs that you've given to us, we are going to put that into the implementation. They were very, progressive, and we'll take that with good spirit. Thank you very much for the opportunity. This was my first time. I thought,
Thank you very much, Commissioner Julie and the team. Let me also acknowledge the words of appreciation and the words of encouragement. Not very often do you hear people acknowledging and also encouraging women to perform more. But we are very grateful for those words. Let me also acknowledge and also appreciate the invitation that we received from Human Rights Commission. You are doing a very good job that of holding us accountable as municipalities, particularly as politicians, to make sure that our community, we provide this basic right to our community, particularly water. Water is a basic human right, and I think the same should also be done to, you should also hold government departments accountable. But I think because you started here, as and when we make our submission, we also indicate to you that as we promised, we made our submission, we submitted our plans, and this was approved. So that we also call them and hold them accountable. I think with the pace that we are going, and also with the guidance and you wanting us to account, we will service delivery to our communities as per the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. On those ways, I'm really thankful, I'm grateful, and also I've learned a lot. So in the next term, if I come back acting executive mayor, I want people to call me Mayor our maids.
Beautiful, beautiful, well done. Yes, you've both done so well. We wish you all the best. You will succeed. You absolutely will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, and well done on the dresses, both of you. Beautiful dresses.
You are the hope of excellence. Can we not the hope of excellence?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nulu.
I'll ask you to please speak to the microphone. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and afternoon.
Please bring your microphone closer to your mouth, because the majority of the people who are joining us here today are joining us virtually. The louder that you are and the closer that you speak to the microphone, the more that they can hear you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, and afternoon, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Could I please check if you are accompanied by your municipal manager?
That's correct.
Could I kindly ask your municipal manager to join you on the podium for the purpose of administration? Could I get an indication if either of you have an objection to taking the oath this afternoon?
From my side, Commissioner, I don't see any problem.
The MM?
Nothing from my side, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could you kindly both state your full names, positions, as well as institution for the record?
Thanks very much once again, Commissioner, for the opportunity. My full names and my surname is John Michael Fisher, and I'm the Mayor of Tawazimbi Local Municipality.
Thank you, and once again, good afternoon. Of which 9 megaliters come from Mahadis, and then the 4 megaliters comes from our borehole. Tawazimbi, as well as I think Northern, we rely mostly on Mahadis water, but there are some areas in Tawazimbi, especially in our townships, as well as some areas in town where we rely on groundwater or the boreholes, and we'll obviously see that when we move on to the next slide. But in Northern, as I've indicated, they rely solely on Mahadis water. We've got about 34 boreholes, of which currently only 19 are operational. And the next slide will obviously give you that picture as to which ones are not operational. In Skirlek, which is I think about 30 kilometers or 35 kilometers, I think northwest of Tawazimbi town, we've got 2 boreholes there. One is operational and the other one obviously needs to be rehabilitated, but currently the 1.2 megaliter per day, it's sufficient for them. I have not heard them complaining that they are struggling in terms of access to water. The Tawazimbi town as well as Rukorodile, that's where you'll find most of our boreholes. And some of them obviously the municipality was assisted by the mine, in terms of establishing those boreholes, especially for B7 as well as B5 and I think Group 5 and Group 12. And that's where we've got boreholes which obviously were drilled by one of our mines. But suffice to say, when it comes to Mahadis, we are getting 7 megaliters per day to support the Tawazimbi residents. And this 7 megaliters per day comes from the Falkop Dam. But Chairperson, I think the Falkop Dam recently, we have been experiencing some challenges, and these challenges obviously have led to the residents of Tawazimbi struggling in terms of accessing water. In Reybek, which is a very small town, it's on your way to Tawazimbi from Wombat. We've got about 4 boats here which are supplying 2.7 megaliters per day, of which one is operational, and the other one we are waiting for ESCOM to equip it with electricity. The other 2 obviously are not operational. They have been infested with some foreign substances, but we'll obviously have to do something in order for those 2 boreholes to also be operational. In Skalbat Nest, 6 boreholes, 3 are operational, and 3 obviously needs to be updated. I think the driver is too fast. Can you be a little bit slow? It's technology. In Dolgom or Raputi, as well as Dolgom, collectively it's about 7 boreholes. 3 of them are operational and 4 of them are not yet equipped. In actual fact, only 3. One needs to be rehabilitated in order to bring it to a level where it can produce water to our community. In Northern, as I've indicated, we are relying on Mahali's water. And Chairperson, the good thing about in Northern is that the mines, have been assisting the municipality quite a lot, to the extent that we have started rolling out prepaid water meters. They are pumping in some money to assist the municipality. I think for the next financial period, or this one, there's about 12 million which has been allocated towards that project, so that we can successfully roll out the prepaid water meters in Northern. So we don't have any issues in terms of the supply of water in Northern, unless if obviously Mahali's experiences some challenges with regards to their pipeline. The major issue is obviously our infrastructure. Our infrastructure is as old as, I don't know, those old animals. Every day we experience leakages, but with obviously those challenges, I think we seek through the Department of Water and Sanitation, they have come on board. We started implementing these projects in 2019, and then we have been assisted by the provincial department in order to successfully roll out the first phase of the project. That first phase was successfully completed. I think it was beginning of this year in April, where we upgraded our bulk water supply from the YPs right up until to town. Currently, we are implementing some projects from the pump station, to the YPs as well as to Nohorohide and some areas in Northern. And those projects are ongoing, with of course, except the one which should be running from the the pump station to the YPs. I mean, that one we only received, I think, approval of our business plan, I think about a week ago. So we'll then follow all the processes in order to advertise as well as appoint the service providers as soon as possible, so that we can implement that project. So in terms of our water quality, currently, I mean, in 2014 when it was rated, we are at 56%, but currently, I think that assessment was not conducted, and I think it was due to the introduction of the IRIS system. As I've already indicated, Chair, I'm not going to read through this, the slides, but obviously hit on the, the heavy ones. As I've indicated, we do have a challenge with our infrastructure, that it is old, and we need to get some funding for us to improve that infrastructure. We need to be able to source, I think, about 15 megaliters per day, and as well as have storage facilities, to address the backlog with regards to our water. Our combined water leakages, when looking at the current challenges, it's at about 47%, which is 5 megaliters per day. And that's quite steep for the municipality, considering that we come from a situation where we are under administration, but currently at least our head is above water. We are able to breathe, even though we are experiencing these challenges. Our short-term interventions, they also include working together with the mines, because we believe that, with the assistance of the mines, we should be able to put together, a package that will assist the municipality and by extension our communities in order to access clean water. Anglo-American has constructed or built a reservoir in Nohorohide. That reservoir was supposed to be operational by now. In order for our community to continuously get water. So in terms of medium to long, it's obviously the replacement of our pipeline or the distribution network. And that's where obviously we seek MIG as well as the mines will be coming in to assist the municipality to to address these challenges. Moving on to the next, I think I have covered this, that Mahali's Water is providing water to the municipality as per our agreement, and there are no issues. And then we've also submitted, our POEs to prove the kind of relationship that we've got with Mahali's Water for them to provide us with that 9 megaliters per day. The recommendations that we have stated is that we are one of the luckiest municipalities in that MISA is currently working with the municipality, to come up with programs or packages that will assist us in order to, put together, I would say, structures that will assist our communities for them to get water. We need to consistently and regularly upgrade as well as maintain our infrastructure. I've indicated already that on a daily basis we've got water leakages as well as illegal connections, and those obviously are being monitored, and as and when we experience such, we avail funds for the repair of our infrastructure for us to be able to continuously get water. Chairperson, let me pause here and thank the Commission for giving me the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, and you have done a good job. You're making me wonder why you had wanted the director to make the presentation. Mr. Mayor, we shall now, as a panel, engage yourself and the MM on this presentation. I will begin on my left with Dr. Carter and move to my right with the provincial manager. You will remember in your responses to please speak closest to the mic as possible. Over to you, Dr. Carter.
Thank you, Commissioner. Gentlemen, we had the Department of Water and Sanitation here this morning, and they provided us with much needed information as well and clarity on a lot of issues. Now, the first one, I hear the presentation and I hear your comment, MM, that water is not necessarily such a big issue, it's more the infrastructure. So I want you to comment then on a report that the department gave us this morning that, I'm just going to quote here, the number of households that reported to have lowest access to safe drinking water were, and there's two others, and then Tabazimbi local municipality at 46.3%. And that information is from Stats SA 2006, and I think it's the household survey. So if you just want to comment in light of the information that you've provided to us, whether you can comment on that statistic. Then, in terms of your water infrastructure, now it's too late for the day. Your WILG, the grant applications. You've indicated that there's currently a 35 million RISIC grant. Can I request that we are now halfway through the financial year? What percentage have you used of the 35 million? You indicated that you have applied for WISIC for the coming financial year as well, if I understand you correctly, and that a week ago something was approved. And can you maybe shed light on that? What was the amount and for which project? And is that for the coming financial year? And it has been approved by the department, so I take it that all the necessary documentation were submitted on time. Then, water tankers. A general question we do ask the municipalities is, when you do make use of water tankers, do you have your own? Do you own your own water tankers, or do you make use of a service provider? If you do own your own, how many do you own? If you don't, why don't you? Then my final question relates to the blue drop scoring. of the water in your municipality. Now, a few years ago, there was an assessment done by the department wherein the Tabazimbi local municipality's water scored, I think it was 54.33% in terms of the blue drop scoring. Now, taking into account the involvement of Mahalis, and we know that they do regular updates of the Limpopo's municipality water, I'm wondering whether that is the same with Tabazimbi, and if it is, what is the current blue drop scoring of Tabazimbi's water? I think from my side at this stage, that's it. Very much focus on the WILG, your blue drops, water tankers, and your comments on the lowest access to safe drinking water from SAHRC. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I will hand over to you so that I don't overwhelm you with questions. We'll take just the questions from Dr. Copper.
Thanks very much, Commissioner. Allow me to give the MM the opportunity to respond to those questions because I was listening very carefully, and most of your questions are more of administration.
Thanks, Commissioner. I think it's 4 questions that have been posed. The first one being access to water by this 46% household. As I've already indicated, Tabazimbi, our major issue is infrastructure. In Rogorakile, I'll give you an example like with Mountain View. It's very close to our, the reservoirs. But as it is, I think technically, what happens is that, the water flows right to the low-lying areas, and, it gets up until to the high-lying areas. So the Mountain View area, they are not able to get water simply because of the water that's been pumped through. It's not sufficient. And it's not sufficient because of our infrastructure. It's not able to carry the kind of water that needs to be provided to our communities. Hence, Anglo obviously has built a new reservoir, but unfortunately that reservoir is not yet operational because of those engineering glitches that needs to be sorted out. We are hoping that hopefully by end of the year, at West, by early next year, the first quarter, this matter should be resolved. Because of what we have done as a municipality is that we have started commissioning mining forum where we'll discuss all the community-related issues in order for these mines to assist or have meaningful impact on the projects that they are rolling out for the benefit of our communities. So this 46%, I do agree, yes. I mean, I've indicated that most of our communities rely on boreholes. And if these boreholes are not operational, they'll obviously not get water. But because of GWS has come on board with regards to funding, our infrastructure, once that has been done, I think, yes, our communities will be able to get water uninterruptedly so. And I'll link this point with the 35 million that has been allocated for the current financial period. 10 million is for a water pipeline to address water issues in Northern. I mean, the pipeline issue in Northern. There's another 10 million which will be implemented in this current financial period to upgrade our infrastructure from the YPs to Rokorodi. And there's another 10 million, I think about 10 to 50, which will be from the the substation up until to the YPs where water it gets distributed or split to either Rokorodi as well as our town. So the one that will be from
pump station to the YPs. It's actually a multi-year project, which I stand to be corrected. I think it's for about 54 million, of which only a small portion of that will be implemented in the current financial period. And that's the one that we only received approval from Department of Water and Sanitation in terms of our business plan for us to implement that project. So our plan is that the drawings have already been done. I think it's more of finalizing, those drawings, and once they have been finalized, we will then take the projects through the bid committees, advertise before the end of the year, and hopefully by January, February, we'll appoint the service provider. But as I've indicated, it's a multi-year project, which we are only required, I think, to spend about that 10 to 15 million for this current financial period. And with regards to the blue drop, I think on one of my slides I indicated that an assessment has not yet been conducted since 2014. So we can't really state as to what is our current blue drop score. In 2014, I think it was 54.33% as per the presentation. The water tankers, I think we've got only one water tanker. The others are owned by the mines. The mines are the ones who are assisting the community in terms of providing them with water. So the municipality currently has only one water tanker, which was also donated by the mines. I mean, some few years back, when the municipality was put under administration, all their assets were obviously taken by our creditors. So even our fleet was sold, wholly sold. So as it is right now, we are struggling to put together a package that can be useful for the municipality. We are a municipality that lives from hand to hand. I mean, still able to provide the basic services. But our infrastructure, it is a major one that hopefully it will be addressed in the near future. Thank you.
Thanks, before I hand over to the PM, I'll check in with Dr. Kata for any follow-up questions.
Just a quick one. Thank you, Commissioner. Can you then confirm and undertake that there will be no money returned to the WILG this financial year from the grant that was provided to you back to the department? That's my first question. Remember, you are under oath, and we are going to check up on that. And then my second one is, have you requested funding to start restocking your fleet that was taken by all the creditors during when you were under administration? Have you applied for funding from whoever, and not just to be reliant on the private sector? Surely government is able to assist you with that, and whether those applications were submitted and what the outcomes of those applications were. And then lastly, why haven't you commissioned a new blue drop assessment? I mean, we've seen from other municipalities this is actually done quite regularly. So is it also something that you are struggling with in terms of finances? And if so, what is the contingency you have put in place? Because 7 years, I think, without knowing what the quality of the drinking water is possibly a bit risky, if I understand it correctly. Just questions for clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me start with the second last question with regards to our fleet. Unfortunately, I mean, we know that the fiscus is stretched. So even if we apply to government, it takes time. But for us, we believe that the mines should be contributing extensively towards the development of our town. So what we have done, and
If you can check, I think recently, you will notice that I think we started with PPC. You know, they have donated what do you call a front-end loader, you know, for us to address our environmental issues, as well as a cherry picker for us to address our electricity-related challenges. You know, Metal, they've also done the very same thing, donated a front-end loader as well as 2 Mahindra trucks. So they are coming on board to assist the municipality. We have also applied to, I think, Department of Environmental Affairs for them to assist us with our waste collection, you know, trucks. And they have indicated that, you know, they will support our application, you know, when we apply to, for MIG funding for us to get there. It's a long road, and we believe that obviously by working together we'll be able to achieve some of these goals.
So the answer is no, you haven't applied to any government entity for assistance to buy water tankers?
Except Department of Environmental Affairs.
Not water tankers, that would be for waste collection?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so the long road that you see ahead of you.
And then through auction, and then the municipality, the auction raised an amount of, if I'm not wrong, between 2.7 to 2.8 million. The whole fleet of the municipality. No single vehicle was left. From a traffic to a vehicle that must provide services. You know, at various municipalities, you got your water and sanitation vehicles and so forth. Now, and after that, through the auction, the money that went to the municipal account was only 300,000. And the rest of the money just went missing. And then there was a SIU investigation, the forensic investigation. President also signed for the intervention and so forth by the SIU. I think we started getting almost to between 3 years without receiving the report from the SIU and all those who done the investigations. Now, these vehicles were through auctions. And we started bought vehicles around, I think that was 2019. 2 vehicles from Water and Sanitation Department, and the other vehicle was to assist at Electrical Department and Parks, until we begin the process of engaging the mines to come in and look at the whole situation. And Commissioner, you must also note that during from 2019, from 2030 to 2019, the water issue in Tabazimbi was a serious crisis. Whether we like it or not, the truth needs to be told. It was a crisis, and to an extent that at the pump station, you have to pump water about 12 to 30 kilometers. Sometimes with 1 or 2 water at the water station, and you will find that it will be difficult for the water pump to run the whole 24 hours. It was very difficult. And then including the electrical panel was also a disaster. So that's why we have to engage the PPC mine to come in and assist to put the new systems. Indeed, they've done that. Putting the new pumps and also upgrading the panels. Now, the bigger challenge that we're facing is that the lack of planning. Because when the town grows, you know, you must be able to improve your systems. So that was my understanding of there is a little bit of a lack of planning. And then there was a company appointed by DSB, TBS, to come and conduct an assessment and to produce a document on how best can we provide water to our people. And the name of the company was Liva. They conducted that assessment, and which during the stakeholders forum, when we engaged all the mines, I said to all the mines, I think it was this year, XPMM, during our last sitting. I think that was about, if not 2 or 3 months ago.
It was in May.
It was in May, yes. Then I said to them that the main focus of Tawazimbi is water, because we're not going to assist you to building these nice buildings and do all these good things, trying to address social level plan. At the end of the day, the water crisis remains, in particular around the informal settlement. Based on the slide I saw, you didn't add it. We need to add informal settlement like your Bokamoso and Raputi, including a small portion of special block towards the Marula Fontaine. So is where, including Mountain View Extension 5, is where normally when we use our water truck to assist our community with water. Now, the bigger challenge that we are facing is that, as the MM have already highlighted, the old infrastructure, you must remove all the old pipes and put the new systems in place. And that's why we have said to the mines, let's re-up our mind and look at our social labor plan and refine it and say, let's focus more on the water issues and the rest of the issues will come. Thank you very much for me.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I will now hand over to the Provincial Manager for further engagement.
Thank you, Commissioner. Maybe let me start with the Mayor. I think this is our second time engaging. I just want to know from you, from your assessment, do you see a light at the end of the tunnel? Because I remember there were challenges, many challenges. And on the other side, the MM is saying, at least we are our heads above water now. You are now seeing some improvement. That from a political level, you see, are things stabilizing?
Yes, I can 100% confirm that there is a high level of improvement in our municipality. And indeed, things are happening, and with the help of these different minds, we know it is the responsibility of the municipality in terms of the Constitution of the Republic, in particular Section 124, to provide basic services to our people and develop our people. But they also got the responsibility in terms of the money chart to assist the municipality and also to conduct an assessment, which are going to be part and form part of the social labor plan. Jointly, we see a very high level of improvement. And I fully agree that this is not our first session. The second one is one. The first one was in relation to the sewer plant in November. Yes. But which we really appreciate the work that has been done by the Commissioner to intervene and assist. And at least the Amanda Belt mine, they committed when we had a meeting with PMR in the Palan, to their head office to say that they will assist Tawazimbi municipality with the upgrading of the November sewer plant with an amount of 120 million. And the Northern Plus already also assisted to deal with the ponds. At least the situation has improved, and there is also a light. And the part of it for the municipality to improve a little bit, not so fast the way people are thinking, is because of the lots of debt that we have received and that we have entered as the new administration. You know, owning of the ESCOM about the 200 and something million, the Mahalis about the 78 million that we are owning Mahalis and your SAHRC. There were a lot of them, including the service provider, which based on the arrangement and whatever we are collecting, we are able to sustain it. That's why even there's no strike in our municipality where we cannot afford to pay our workers and so forth. And mostly, when we receive any grants or any equitable shares, we make sure that the PMP sit down with the management and we agree how to spend the money and prioritize paying the water, paying the electricity and so forth.
Yeah, thank you very much. I feel like breathing, but I have a problem, Mr. Mayor. You are sitting next to the MM, and I think you made it clear that I don't want to be answering questions related to administration. And now the MM is making a presentation indicating that there is a need to apply for grant from the government, from the department. But he has not done anything. I mean, no matter how, from a political level, no matter how willing you are to sort out the problem, but if there is no action from the MM, you are not going to move forward. And what is interesting is that the mayor knows what should be done, but he's not doing that. And that cannot happen. The funding will not just come. Will come if the MM is acting and submitting the proper applications. I think that is and he knows about that. I think maybe I suggest that the council should give him a time frame to get those applications done. Because we are, as the Human Rights Commission, that this is the municipality that was put under administration. You work very hard to be where you are right now. And we can't accept any delay in terms of doing the right thing. That must be done immediately. It's like when you see that something is going to collapse, but Victor is responsible, is not doing anything, and you just keep quiet. It can't be that way. Let us see the consequence management. We can't work without time frame. I think the council must take that decision that whatever that we want to implement, let us have time frame. If there are challenges, let those challenges be raised with the council so that there can be a political intervention. But here we don't see any response from the government. The government is waiting. We were engaging with the DWS this morning. They are more than willing to fund. As long as you present a plan or you submit a plan, and if it's not, the plan does not meet the requirements, they will advise you as to what you must do. So money is there. Our people can still get water. But the MM has to do the right thing. MM, I think you just put your time frame for yourself. Before the mayor can put the time frame, or before the council can give you time frame. But if you yourself with your team, I know that you are not personally responsible. I know that. But you are the one who is heading administration within the municipality. You are the one. So which means that when I'm saying the MM, it's because I'm talking to the mayor. The mayor cannot go down to the staff members and say, do this, do this. It's you as the MM who will say, Director Water Supply or Director Water Services, I want this plan, I want this plan application to be ready by this particular date. Then you must get it. If you don't get it, consequence management. That's my proposal, because we know this municipality was struggling. We were very scared also as the Human Rights Commission that it might end up being merged with other municipalities and it will disappear. But that did not happen. That did not happen, and now you're still surviving, you're pushing, and we congratulate you for that. The situation is no longer the same as like the time you came to the Human Rights Commission before. But let us not delay if we know what must be done. There's a principle that I always apply myself. If I give you instruction to do something, if you don't do it, there are two answers, possible answers. It's either you don't know how to do it or you don't know how to do it. So we don't know whether you don't want to do it or you don't know how to do it. But assistance is there. You can get assistance from the department. They said you can submit, you can get technical assistance from the department and get our people then will get service. Please, I'm just appealing with you that let us work hard. That municipality needs administration that is very strong, because we don't want it to be liquidated again or to face another auction again. Please.
No, thank you. And I take it. But I'm not sure whether when I presented, whether that point did not come out clear to say that we've got DWS, which is currently funding all these water-related challenges. And then you've got COPTA through MIG, which has been funding other infrastructure-related challenges. So DWS, there is no issue. They are currently funding, and then we are applying on a yearly basis, yes, no issues. So we are working with them and they are funding our programs. It's just like with MIG, it's only now they have indicated their willingness to also assist the municipality with water-related challenges. And we obviously welcome that. We said we'll engage them and obviously give them an overview of what our challenges are, and so that they can be able to, you know, put something on the table to assist the municipality. We are more than willing to, you know, work with anyone who is willing to assist this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting MM. I see you, Mr. Mayor. Before you come in, I'll just check with the provincial manager if he's got a follow-up question to that.
I'm fine. I'm okay.
Over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioner. Maybe I'm lost and I want to be clarified. I think the point was that why can't we apply for extra water trust? Maybe if that was the point. They are not referring to the grants that we are getting. And then maybe the fact that why you didn't think about it is because of we more relying on the assistance of the mines with the truck that they give, the two ones that they normally assist with. Now, what will then happen is that if one of them is broken and then we are starting again. But my humble request is that it's not a matter of council take a resolution. It's a matter of this is the advice from the Human Rights Commission, and they are saying this thing is doable, and we commit that within 3 days, make sure that the application must reach the department. And you will notice again that during our first engagement, we had a very different MM. I hope you believe it was not the same MM that I had. And this one is more youngest, more progressive. And you hear very much what I'm saying when I'm saying 3 days. And if not, we normally act. That's how we act. Now, I believe that we can still do something. Let's make sure that in that 30 days, the application must reach that. I mean, to do application, if we're more serious, you might not even take it 3 hours. Because if you don't know how to do it, go to your legal department, and then you bring other departments together, then you do joint sitting, and then you move with the application. So let's do that within 3 days. Just come for now, because for you to convene a council meeting is going to be very difficult. Because you know very well that it was difficult for you to find me to come here, because we are busy campaigning, we don't have time. So please, the commitment that we are making, it is not a commitment on the basis that because of the mayor said this or because of the council. It's for the love that you have for the people of Tabasim. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very inspiring words. To add to that, acting municipal manager, we hope that at the third engagement with the Human Rights Commission, it's not a different acting MM, it's you. And that means you must do your work. Would like to add, Mr. Mayor, that if you wish, you can quote this session as part of your application to say that you engage with the South African Human Rights Commission, and in light of those engagements, this application to the department has agency. There's agency. You are at liberty to do so. Further to that, you are at liberty to contact the provincial manager and the senior legal officer in the process of your development of that application. We are here to assist. I'd like to get an indication from either both of you or one of you on this issue of auctioned cars. It's devastating to hear this. Do you have an indication of how many the value of those cars versus the 2.7 that they were eventually sold for versus the 300,000 that eventually came back to the municipality?
Let me not put you on the hot seat because you are not there. Now, with regard to the value of data, I think one wanted to take a very clear principle that I may not code it very well, and I'm not in a position to lie, but what we can do, we still have the records. We can able to submit the records, and also the proof of the amount went to the municipal account, and also the outstanding balance, and the name of the person that was conducting the auction on behalf of the municipality. I think that we can able to produce that type of a proof. I will give one example. I only know about the mayoral vehicle, the Mercedes-Benz. You know, funny thing is that, but not my vehicle, I mean the previous mayor's vehicle. The funny part of it is that the vehicle went to Mercedes, they put a new engine, they put a new gearbox, and the vehicle was still 100% with new tires and so forth and service. And then I was told that that vehicle was sold about 180,000. And the municipality spent over 400 and something thousand. That is the example that I can give it to you. Now, at least those are the things that are maybe before, if maybe the commission can also assist. Because in Tabazimbi we've got many stakeholders that managed to write to the president, the office of the president, requesting the release of the SIU reports, the investigation that was taking place before the collapse of the municipality. Even ourselves, we write a report to the president, we write a report to provincial government, the former MEC Makuru Pecha, to say, if you are not going to be careful, these municipalities go under the drain and nothing happens. Including the collapse of the Northern Sewer Plant. You know that before, there was a money available by Amanda Belt. I think it was about 68 million. The money just went missing just like that, and the warning was there before, that you must be careful on 1, 2, 3, but we ignored, which to me is upon whether the president will assist or not, but I think maybe we can assist to get the contact and details of the report, what happened, and how far the issues, and how to resolve the issues. Maybe can be a good way to go. Now, currently, before we took over, myself and them, we met and said, no, let's have vehicles for the municipality, because you can't claim to have service delivery without vehicles. You can't service the people without vehicles, by the way. So that's why we were in the process to make sure that whatever we receive our equitable share, at least between 500,000, you must be able to buy a fleet cash without any disturbance, and exactly that is what we do. The last time we have the former mayor vehicle, which was a disagreement between the municipality and ABSA Bank. I think the municipality paid over, if 900,000 is 1 million for that vehicle. And at the end of the day, after 3 years, the vehicle does not belong to the municipality, the bank takes the vehicle. Now I said to them, you know what you must do? Let's look at the equitable share that we received, and then go and let's look for a better vehicle. And then we buy the vehicle cash, then we know that the municipality is going to pay the insurance only. And that is what we did with the current vehicle of the mayor, and it has got almost to 3 weeks. We bought it cash, we only paid the insurance. At least we are doing very good, because he's listening to me. And he's very good, and he's aware how careful I am, what if I can do my things. If you are not listening to things that we believe are right, you know what we are going to do. And thanks very much, Commissioner.
Thanks, Mayor. That sounded like a threat.
It's our principle, agreement.
Mr. Mayor, have you heard of a man called Thomas Sangara?
Which one? Because sometimes you might find your name is Fisher and Fisher, and the names are almost equal. I just need to be clear.
How many Thomas Sangaras do you know?
I know no one with the name of Thomas Sankara, but I just hear about Thomas Sankara. I've never met Thomas Sankara.
You wouldn't have met him.
No. Yes.
There is a former president of one West African country. His name is Thomas Sankara. He has since passed away. You would not have met him. His spirit lives on in many African leaders as an example of what one can do with regards to many areas of governance. He did something interesting with regards to government cars. He abolished the trend of expensive cars within his government and administration, and he drove the cheapest car, and most times he cycled around. Yet he was able to achieve historical results in terms of delivering services to his country, results that are felt even to this day. May this, Mr. Mayor, serve as inspiration to you as you embark on this journey of figuring out how to run a municipality without vehicles. Now, the provincial manager is going to be hosting hearings early next year on the issues of mines and mining. So I won't delve deep into this, but I'd like to get an indication from you. How many mines are within your jurisdiction? I'm asking this because I hear, not just from yourselves, most times when we speak to leaders of municipalities and others, when they speak of the contribution of mines, they refer to assistance. I'd like to challenge this word, Mr. Mayor, with respect. Mining activity by nature is exploitative. Communities do not gain anything from mining activities. It is the mines who come into communities who destroy communal life, exploit, extract minerals, and leave. So when we frame the little cents that they throw our way as assistance, we embolden them to an authority that they do not deserve, some kind of moral authority, because then they believe that you perpetuate this historical colonial idea that they are there to assist us, and us being communities, especially African communities, because mining activity happens mostly in the former Bandustans and the former homelands. So there are historical implications to the perpetuation of these relations between mining companies and communities. I'd like to get your commentary, Mr. Mayor, on this dynamic within your jurisdiction. How many mines are there? What is the relationship you have? And as a leader and at that political level, what do you think, and not just for Tabazimbi, but just nationally, what do you think should be our approach to this problem of the exploitation of communities, particularly rural communities, by mining activities? In many instances, communities don't have access to water, but there is a pipeline that goes directly to the mine and leaves those communities desperate for water. They are also responsible for pollution. Tabazimbi is one of the most negatively affected by air pollution in the country. And that is the responsibility of the mine. How do we quantify that monetarily? And is what they are giving back to the community really, really worth